Guess what? The old man is late. I literally was on time, but I had to adjust the blanket. And yes, blanket. Literally, the old man and the blanket. So, today, we're gonna make some videos. Literally, we're gonna make some videos. One is about schlongs. I had that idea 1 or 2 months ago, I think. Maybe even 3 months. I like always was watching VTubers, and I was like, hey, how about making a YouTube video where I talk about schlongs? That could be funny. That could be interesting for the VTubers. Because then we all know VTubers love schlongs. Especially the married ones. By the way, yes, hello Chacha. So yeah, if I do a video, well, we are doing this video right now. Hello Chacha. Hello Alana. Yes, I know you are here. And to be fair, I highly guess that our French VTuber and the sexy with the sexy cosplays is also here. And yes, I forgot her name. I forgot her name. Of course I forgot her name. Super sexy woman. Forgot her name. I also expect Shibidoku to be here because damn. She's going to find this very, very funny. I can guarantee you that. Okay, so while we are here, and yes, we just how about I become a little bigger so we can have some fun. Okay, so schlongs, they come in a lot of sizes, like a lot of you people know, especially the sluts. You know what? So the number one thing that we have to talk about, not the number one thing we have to talk about, the number one thing I want to talk about is growers and showers. So yeah, there's the guys that are always as big as the max could, almost when they get it has to change in size, and then we have the growers. So I think the growers are the most interesting one, because you can tell how big they are going to be, because how would you? They're literally growers. So all the women that are in a relationship with growers will know what I'm talking about, and the gay guys. A dude, especially in areas where you have winter, a dude comes out of the cold, like really cold, snow everywhere, it's way below freezing. He comes home, wife wants to get frisky, and down goes the pants, and literally at best, and then while he's literally getting hotter, and she's working on him to make him big. All of a sudden, this goes into this. Now, the difference is not necessarily accurate. It depends, but out of experience, I can tell you that there's a huge difference between, oh my god, I'm freezing cold, and let's go to town. There's a huge difference. It can go from back when I was 6 years old to 6 inches, or 7, or 8. So you literally can't tell how big a guy is unless he's hard. Literally, you can't. That's, by the way, when it's measured. The size is measured when fully erect. So, if women only go by, you know, what they're seeing when the guy is not hard, you are missing out. Literally, you're missing out, because you can tell. Like with the statue of David, you know, he's such a tiny one. You don't know, because he's not hard. You don't know if he rocks 10 inches. How would you? And I've heard years ago that, oh yeah, in ancient Greek, a small one was supposedly the favorite ones. How would you know where you get your information from? I wasn't present with any information about that. So yeah, I've also heard, I've either read or heard a woman talking about online, of course, online, how fascinating it is when, you know, they get to the man and, oh my god, they see it and feel it growing. I have no idea. For me, that's normal. So that was that thing. Now, also a thing about, you know, when we are talking about, while we are at, you know, size and grower and not a grower. Oh boy. You know that women always say that, oh yeah, public toilets, you have to, that, oh, you're hovering, you don't want to touch it because, ooh, you can catch something. If you're big, just imagine that. And yes, no, not just imagine it. I just tell you a story that happened to me. So, I was in a hospital thingy for therapy and stuff like that. So I had to go and take, you know, a dump and go to the toilet. I sit down, and what happened? It touched the porcelain on the inside where the water flows. That was horrible. That's horrible. And it's not like I'm, oh yeah, less than 20 inches. No, I'm not. So I can't even imagine how bad that must be for someone that actually is a shower and not a grower. It must be horrible. I was literally sitting there, tugging in my junk because, ew, I don't want to touch the porcelain from the inside with my schlong. I mean, oh my god. That's horrible. Oh, that's gross. That's disgusting. It's horrible. It really is. It's really, really bad. You don't want that. Ew, no. And the thing is, it was hospital, so it's clean. I don't want to know if that happens when you are in a bar. Oh, imagine. Oh, No, no, no. And even worse, imagine that. And then you are circumcised. Oh, nah, you don't want to have that. You absolutely don't. It's so horrible. It's so gross. You don't want to do that. You don't want to have that. It's really bad. Also, while we're at it, you know, man spreading, right? When men sit there with the legs spread, and the women are all complaining, oh, why would you do this? Oh, how could you? Just imagine the following. Just bear with me here, woman. Just imagine your ovaries dangling between your legs. And now, sit down and cross your legs. Not great, right? Not great. That's why we are sitting there with our legs spread, because anything else is hurting. It's, by the way, literally, it's painful. It's painful to sit like that. That's why also when we cross our legs, we don't, you know, there's always there's always room between the legs, so we don't mush it together, because that's painful and can cause actual problems. And I mean it, but when the balls get twisted, you literally can die from that shit. You literally can. On top of it being extremely painful. So if you see the man just sitting there minding his own business, just let him. He's just trying to sit there and not crush his balls. And also, fun fact, men's hips are smaller than women's hips compared to their height. So men have actual problems holding balance by sitting. That's also a reason why we are sitting there with our legs spread. The more you know. The more you know. Also, while we are, you know, at that part, sitting around and stuff like that. Only because a man has, you know, is hard doesn't mean he's horny. Doesn't mean it at all. How do I know? Well, because all guys hadn't remember those times when, you know, sitting in class, sitting anywhere, you just would get randomly hard, completely randomly hard. There's no reason for that. You're just sitting there, minding your own business, and then, bam. Why? God knows why. We don't. We just sit there and go, ah, great. Now I can set up. Great. And that can happen anywhere. In school, when you're just sitting in math class, but riding a bus, not good. Imagine that. Oh yeah, you're just sitting there, you know, looking out of the window. Just, oh my god, when I'm so happy when I'm just home, sitting in front of a computer, playing games. Yes, awesome, and boom. Great, awesome. And now you have to kind of wait until it's gone. And oh, guess what? There's your stop. Oh, great. Great. I hope no one sees it. I'm not kidding you. That's normal problems for men. Just random. Oh yeah. Guess it's time to be hard. Oh great, awesome. While I'm driving the bus, and yeah, great. Oh boy. If you're riding a public transport and you just have to come across a Karen that sees that, she immediately is going to freak out. That's the risk of being a man. And that's also why I'm for, you know, separated buses and trains for men and women at this point. It's just safer for everyone, especially men. It's really not, you know, it can be difficult. And while they're difficult, fun fact, if you can let, you know the meme, right, where couple is dating and blah blah blah, he is saved up and he's not talking about money. It actually works. It literally does. If you're a dude and doesn't believe me, just don't jerk off for a week and eat a lot of protein. Your next release will be way bigger than you're used to. Also, if your woman wanna try this out with your man, just tell him. Just tell him, yeah, I wanna see if this is true. Can we do this? AKA, can you do this? I'm gonna empty you in a week. Just wait until then. It will be worth it. I can guarantee you he would do it for you, because, you know, it's fun. And also, if you're working a lot, if you have stress a lot, you aren't in the mood. You literally aren't. It's very, very simple. So, are we done yet? I think not. I think not. All right. Man. So, you know edging, right? Oh my god. Do I even say it? Yes, I do. Don't edge too much. And just a tip from a professional. Don't edge too much. Number one, you desensitize your willy. And number two, worst case, you're literally hurting yourself. And I mean that literally, from someone that how do I say it? Is experience with that kind. I edged so long that sitting, walking, and laying down was painful. And I mean it literally, like I couldn't touch my balls because it was that painful. It's not that edging is not that fun if you do it for hours without end. So just don't. A little bit. You can do it for an hour, but even then you know, be careful. Don't go overboard, or you will suffer the consequences, literally, for more than just a couple of hours. I know what I'm talking about. I mean, I had problems walking, literally. I know what I'm talking about. When you try to sit down and just watch a YouTube video after you're done, and you're like, because your balls touching anything, you know, the fabric of your underwear. Oh no. The seat. Oh my god, no. Yeah, it's not good. Not good. Just don't. That's the idea. Just don't. Just don't. It's not good. It's not good. And also, just aside, having a huge willy is not as great as you would think. Like in general. For example, if you number one, you can't fit all women. literally, I've heard horror stories of Asian woman, you know, tiny Asian woman, and just an average height dude, but an average sized dude, and it's horrible for the woman because of all the pain and the blood. Oh my god. So I can just imagine how it must be having this huge massive thing and then not even being able to use it properly because you would just hurt people. Which is also a thing that women don't get. I mean, women always go with, oh yeah, it's so awesome, it's so amazing, it's a tight. Tight isn't that great. I'm talking from experience. If it's too tight, it actually hurts the man too. I'm speaking of experience. It's not good. Now I'm not speaking of experience with a woman, but things. No, I just said a sex love thoughts. I know that I can have something with a tight hole. I just know because everything that had one I destroyed, and I'm not 10 inches. I'm not massive. I'm just above average, and I'm destroying everything. So I'm at, when it comes to buying something like that, I'm at the point where I go, the hole has basically be as big as possible, so I don't destroy it just by looking at it. It's also, you see the problem, woman, when I, you know, someone having a massive VV, it's not all just, oh my god, it's so awesome. No, it's not. There are a lot of problems, especially if you are a shower. I mean, it's all the time in the way. All the time. I mean, sit down if you have a massive thing. Where to put it? If you want to ride a bicycle, where to put it? If you want to go for a jog, oh my god, it's always in the way. It's always in the way. It's really... Those things are always in the way. Always. It's annoying. It's really, really annoying. And it's not only the schlong, it's also the boards. They are also always in the way. Which is also why you can't sit down fast. Don't just, oh yeah, let yourself thump down on the seat. That can be very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Worst case, you're crushing one of your balls. We don't want to do that. That's bad. That's really, really bad. Yeah. No crushing balls. Really bad. Man, I can already feel it just by talking about it. Man, it's... Guys, never crush your balls. It's bad. Is there anything else I can think of? What question? Good question. Is there anything else? Chat? Oh, there's no one there. Great. I think that's basically it. Yeah. So, that was my video about schlongs and balls. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, give it a like. If you want, let me know about your funniest schlong and balls experiences in the comments. And if you want to see more videos of me doing whatever I want, subscribe. See you next time. Especially you dear VTubers. Oh my god, I can't believe I did this. Fun times. Okay, now that we have that out of the way, how about we do something else? It's over. Yeah, that sure will flop. Oh my god. Yeah, this looks great. This looks also great. Yeah, don't join cult skits. Wait, what? Oh no. Why would you do that? Why would you? Damn, the art looks great. Would colonize. Oh, right. I wanted to watch this video. How about we do that? How about we watch this guy? 2000 hours in Path Extra 2. Going back. Or at least, or starting Diablo 4. Let's watch that one. I bet this is going to be great. Oh, I have to get smaller because I'm in the way. Is this fine? This is fine. Okay. Should be good. Oh, why isn't it loading? What is going on? YouTube. YouTube is just shit. Man, my allergies. Not good.
Hail and Matches Kingdom. As you can see, I decided to download Diablo 4 and give you my honest review, how it feels compared to Path of Exile 2, in which I...
He's playing on Xbox. He's playing on Xbox. Damn, almost 1400 hours. I'm still below 300. And I'm playing since the release.
Got more than 2000 hours on 2 accounts, while I got 0 experience in Diablo 4. Decision to make this video came to me when I realized that Diablo have moved release date for upcoming season 11. They basically decided to release the new season on the same launch day with 0.4 Path of Exile 2, which is insanely big release with new endgame changes and also free weekend. And probably this is the first thing we need to compare, game prices. Yep. To fully enjoy Diablo 4 you need a base game and also DLC. You may say they not cost a lot, because they basically priced the same as skin bundle from Path of Exile 2. But even though Path of Exile is kinda paid right now, because you need to pay for early access, in reality Path of Exile 2 will be completely free to play game. So I waited a little bit and got my nice deal for Diablo 4 on a recent weekend. Downloaded.
Nice. Yeah, I wouldn't play. I would not pay. Wait, what is this UI? What is this? This looks like from I don't even know. Why does this look like that? It looks so cheap. Why does everything here looks like it's from a cheap knockoff? Why does everything here look so bad? Oh, is it because it's a Xbox? Might be. Might be. Because looking at this looks like this is just bad. This looks like just bad. It's just horrible. Nothing here looks good. Is this even Diablo? I don't know.
120 gigabytes and welcome to buy this.
Warning. There was a problem logging in. Code 1.
Yeah, they got
Of
AI
course.
voiceover for everything that's going on the screen.
Wait, what? No. No. Oh god. I already hate it. This is horrible. I hate it with a passion.
It's pretty weird, so I instantly turned it off and enjoyed cinematic. This cinematics is always insanely good. Yeah, Blizzard know how to make them. It kinda sets up the story. Basically there's a village and somewhere below this village there is cave with monsters and bunch of thieves who try to steal some treasures, but there's actually no treasures behind this door. There's only troubles. Some unknown forces destroys party of adventurers, then a Quan Chi appears. He's actually a necromancer or ritualist, and he finished a ritual by summoning some big demon lady. Her name is Lilith, and basically we are ready to play Diablo 4. At least that's what I thought. After going through 5 minutes of
Oh, don't tell me there's more. Is there a tutorial or something like that? Something stupid?
cinematics, I finally can create my class. There's 6 of them right now, and I decided to stop on a druid, because druid will be in a new expansion of Path of Exile 2. We can customize our character, and I
Oh boy, this video is old. From when is that? And why is it not full HD? Jesus Christ, YouTube. From when is this? 4 months ago? So it might be 5. Man, this looks horrible.
decided to make Afra Druid, because Afra looks cool. Modes are kinda the same as in Path of Exile. And also we got an option to skip campaign. Of course I will play campaign, and right now I can select difficulty. To watch a bunch of cinematics. Yeah, they will be made on a game engine, and it kinda cool, because right now we can see our character in game, in cinematics. It's pretty, like, interesting, I would say.
Why did the fire look so bad? It literally looked like it was running in below 20 FPS.
And immersive, until finally I can start the game. We'll get here later, because right now I want to compare it to start in Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2 there is basically little cinematic that when you load the game first it lasts for 1 minute, and then before you start the game after choosing your character it takes like 5 seconds. You can decide what's better, but let me explain why I think Path of Exile 2 formula is superior. We escape Executioner and run towards a village. In village there's a bunch of zombies and we need to figure out what's going on. So technically we dropped right into an action, with bunch of mysteries that we need to figure out. In Diablo 4, while they creating a nice grim mood, they actually unveiled everything that will happen after. There's a village with cultists, they are bad, so beware. Also that's where I am after playing 25 minutes of Diablo 4. And that's where I am after playing 25 minutes of Path of Exile 2. And I'm not hating, it's different experience.
Wait, 25 minutes to get to the boss of the first act? Really? I'm barely through the second zone in 25 minutes. What the hell? I don't believe that.
It's normal, and I just want to showcase this difference. So finally I met my first enemies. It was wargs, or basically wolves. And we can compare feeling of combat.
This
I
looks
would say
horrible.
it feels okay, but something is really off. Basically there is no impact, or almost no impact. There is funny
The animation is so bad. Why is the animation so bad? The animations in Path of Exile 1 look better. Way better. I don't even compare that to Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 1 is already better than this. What is this? This is dumb. This is really, really dumb. It's incredibly... Why? Why would you... Why? This is bad. This is just bad.
ragdolls, so whenever you crush wolves or crush objects, there's ragdolls going all over the place, and in some situations it's really funny, but I don't know, maybe it's animations, there's technically no feeling of really big impact. However, definitely it's on completely another level compared to other modern ARPGs. Also, since we are technically in tutorial level right now, basically with just starting campaign, let's point out that atmosphere and overall feeling is really great. We somewhere in the mountains, we lost, it's looking pretty good. Sadly, this atmosphere will be completely lost when we reach open world. Yeah, there's a lot less contrast, visual clarity is pretty like meh. And if you want to say, well, in campaign it's good, no.
This looks so washed out. Is it me or does this look washed out? I think the desert in Path of Exile 2 looks way better. Even the deserts in Path of Exile 1 look better. Why? I mean, sure, there's just a little bit of sand on rock, but damn, this looks bad. This looks not great. The coloring is... The mobs on the ground and the ground, they kind of getting mushed together. Is it just me that feels that way? I really don't like this. This looks bad.
It's good in tutorial, because campaign actually set up in an open world. So after clearing tutorial level, we will get into open world immediately. Actually, we even right now in open world, and I guess I can skip this first quest and just go hunt monsters. And let's not forget, we need to compare this to Path of Exile 2 combat. In Path of Exile 2 you feel impact a lot more. You feel how you hit enemies with quarter staff, how you shoot them with shotgun aka crossbow. You feel impact when enemies touch you, when they push you, so in my opinion, Path of Exile 2 game feel is like far more superior. But let's get back to our Afra droid. After hunting wolves for a while, I got to the village and finished my first quest that instantly gave me enough experience to get level 2. And we can check skill system and how...
Wait. The mobs didn't give you level 2? Why? Why? Is there so little mobs? Why? Or what is this game? Yeah, it's a tutorialized game design. Yes, it's more tutorialized. In Path of Exile, you don't really get experience from doing quests, so yeah, it's understandable.
It will work in terms of build crafting. Every level we got points that we can allocate into different skills. Part of the tree is initially blocked, and we initially can see different branches. There's bear skill, there's wolf skill, and bunch of elemental skills. Also, as you can see, they branch out, so we can kinda alterate how skills will work a little bit. I decided to start as bear and crushed wolves a lot better right now. New skill helped me to defeat first boss. It's kinda still mini boss in tutorial level. Speaking about boss fights, well, all abilities is a lot more telegraphed if they can be avoided, and we can avoid it by using dodge button, so it's similar to Path of Exile 2 dodge, but it's completely different mechanic wise, because you can't use it to dodge basic attacks, for example, at least in my experience. After defeating few monsters, we can watch a bunch of cinematics again, and again Blizzard nailed it. Yeah, cinematics adds a lot of emotion and feeling to campaign, it feels great, it looks great, but we are...
Yes, and I will say it, this is better than Path of Exile 2 and 1. I wish Path of Exile 1 and 2 had cinematics, actual cinematics, you know? Telling the story, building something up, would be cool. Now, do they enhance the game to a degree where the money and time you spend for that is worth it compared to the gameplay? No. Now, the cinematic that Path of Exile 2 has is good. You know, the opening, the thing is good. It looks awesome. It sets the tone for the world and the campaign, so it's good. It's absolutely good, and I'm happy that they have it. Yes, that's literally it.
In an open world right now, so I'm following a road and clearing monsters on my way if I want to. If I don't want, I can use horse. Anyway, let's dive a little bit deeper in skill system of Diablo 4. While on the surface it looks like we got unlimited options, most important part of any skill is what role it will fulfill. In Path of Exile 2, right from the beginning, you need to kinda dive a little bit deep into the system and understand what skills can do, and then determine what they will do based on support gems you will insert.
Yes.
This actually adds a lot of flexibility to skills. For example, we can add some support gems and it will increase power of freeze on our cold damage skills, and we will freeze enemies and disable them a lot faster. To remove them from resistance with different abilities that takes a little bit time to detonate. On other hand, we can add more area to the skill and more damage, therefore it will be more useful against packs of smaller enemies, but it will be worse in terms of freezing and disabling bosses, so you actually can adapt your playstyle. In Diablo 4, while you definitely
Yes, and that stuff goes deep. It goes really, really deep. I'm, for example, currently playing a druid as a caster. Literally, I went from doing the bear form melee to the wyvern kind of melee kind of distance to just caster, and it's really fun. It's really fun playing a caster druid because your apocalypse ability that you get from your shaman ascendancy, that thing is up almost all the time because of all the elemental damage you do. It's awesome. It's awesome, and that thing is really, really good against bosses and groups of enemies because it just rains down on everything. It's awesome.
can change how skills work, they will be mostly the same and will fulfill the same role as it intended.
Also, you could have two of the same skill with different support skills, so they work differently depending on what you want. Group clear or boss damage, you know, you can do that. It's complicated. In Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1, it's easier, but kind of easy. Not really. If it would be easy to get 6 link, then it would be easier in Path of Exile 1.
For example, first skill that I unlock will always increase my resource, and second skill that I unlock will spend resource. Its area of effect attack, which is big slam, it's pretty cool, but there is no way how I can change my first skill to start making some other tasks beside fulfilling my mana bar. I will call it like this, but basically we're fulfilling some type of resource. Also, I tried different characters, and different characters got different mechanics. Still kinda the same. First attacks will help you get your resource and all other attacks will spend it. This approach is actually very easy to get used to. Basically, you don't need to think at all, just invest your points into a bunch of skills and they will work. While if you try to randomly do some stuff in Path of Exile 2, maybe you will end up with some weird stuff that just deals 0 damage. But there's a way how you actually can change how skills work and feel, in some cases pretty dramatically. System called Codex of Power. Basically, you will find a bunch of items, and items will be legendary with passives that will change how your skills work. After unlocking any aspect, you can craft it completely deterministically. In my opinion, it looks pretty similar to support gem system in Path of Exile 2. There's another endgame system called Paragon.
I mean, I would be surprised if they just looked at Path of Exile 1 or 2 and then, yeah, you just do that, but in a different way. Would be surprised at that at all.
It's a big board of passive skills, and most of them are pretty boring. Actually, all of them are pretty boring, they just gives you more and more damage. After reaching level 60, you continue to get experience in this board, and it goes up to level 300. I can compare the system to passive skill tree in Path of Exile 2. However, in passive skill tree in Path of Exile 2, there's some dramatic changes in how your character plays out. Also, passive tree in Path of Exile 2 is shared across all characters. And in Diablo 4 we got a bunch of boards that is predetermined by your class. So if you're interested in creating some cool builds, actually Diablo 4 is pretty bad game for this. While on the
Yes.
surface there's a bunch of systems that can be cool, for my taste it lacks sandbox feel. Basically,
Which is a huge problem. That's why I prefer PathXL 1 and 2. Because I can go there and build something. Literally, I can build something. For example, in PathXL 1, this league, I first went with Holy Hammer, which didn't work out for me because I'm trash at the game. And then I went with Static Strike and Living Lightning, and I crushed the campaign. At least the bosses. All uniques died so fast. And with uniques, I mean unique bosses. They just melted. Some fights did last just 10 seconds. It's insane. Now, one major, huge reason for that is I went with Templar into Guardian and got a Sentinel, and that thing just does a lot of damage on top of Static Strike doing a lot of damage. So yeah, I just melted everything. It's great. I have a video about that build, by the way, on my on Wildshot Plays on my second YouTube channel, and I have the video on my Rumble. Just you can look it up if you want.
everything feels predetermined. For example, if we go for bear skills, most of them will have some ways to activate overpower mechanic. If you go for werewolf, they will have a bunch of ways how you can activate vulnerable mechanic. And of course, when you're trying to make your character powerful, you want to max out these mechanics. Therefore, while there is definitely a room for experimentation and mixing builds, you can do werewolf bear human casting mix. In 99% of the cases, if you go for werewolf, you want to stick with werewolves throughout the game. That's me 15 minutes in the game, I'm slashing and smashing. That's me 40 minutes in the game, I'm still slashing and smashing. And that's me around 4 hours in the game, again, slashing and smashing.
What even is that thing? It literally looks like a troll, a cave troll from The Lord of the Rings, you know? I can't make out what that creature should be. Maybe it's a bear. Might be a bear, actually, yeah.
I don't know if you look at this exactly like me, but I see exactly zero difference in game design and area diversity when I go through these dungeons. So comparing it just to first act of PathXL 2, well, we got forest, we got different lakes, we got different villages, Mushroom Kingdom underground, and overall more clear look and style. There's definitely something that looks better in Diablo 4, but honestly I don't know what, because to me this look is far more superior and interesting. And a lot.
Yeah. When I look at this, Diablo looks washed out. Everything goes into everything else, because everything has the same color. Literally everything has the same. Look at the mobs here, they are gray. What else is gray? Everything else. Even the water here, I guess that it's water, looks somewhat gray, not blue. Even here, the blue has, yeah, okay, but there's still gray everywhere. And now look at this. There is gray. There's also orange and yellow. And there's the red outline of the enemy that's doing something. And he is lightning. I think he's shocked.
Mushroom Kingdom underground, and overall.
And look at this. This looks great. You have green as the underlying color of, you know, and it's grass. And then you have the vines that are grain brownish, more gray, and red thorns. That's very distinct. The enemies have different colors, even on themselves. Then the enemies have different colors compared to the other enemies. This looks way better. This looks way more clean.
More clear look and style. There's definitely.
And look at
Underground, and overall more clear look and style.
Look at this. This is very distinct from everything else. So you know to get out of this. Because you can literally just see it. And in Diablo 4, you can't. This good game design.
There's definitely something that looks better.
This isn't. You can barely see the outlines of this the red here. Because it's also partly gray and the ground texture is gray. So if you don't actually pay really close attention, you don't see it. You just don't.
In Diablo 4, but honestly I don't know what, because to me this look is far more superior and interesting, and a lot more cool to progress through instead of same looking dungeons. Yeah. Speaking about progression, it's really important topic for a RPG. Some parts of Diablo 4 progression is really good, and I enjoyed them a lot, mostly because they kinda separated. For example, in Path of Exile 2, you instantly from the beginning need to understand how skill system work, how passive skill.
This looks absolutely boring. He's literally just walking around, hitting things, and then basically nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. If I play Path of Exile 2 and play a melee class and hit someone, things happening. Depending on what the skill does, right? But here, nothing is happening. Literally nothing is happening. It's like hitting someone with a standard attack. The standard attack that the weapon has, just no effects to it. It does nothing, just a little bit of damage. It's what this is.
Tree system work and how support gem system work. Well, in Diablo 4 they technically separated in different game parts. You kinda starting only with skill gem system and there is no support gem. Then throughout the campaign in the mid game you will unlock kinda support system. Basically you will be able to craft your gear with aspects that will affect your skills. And then, closer to the end game, you will unlock Paragon tree, which is kinda passive skill tree. So all the systems is designed to not overwhelm player, which is really good. But there is a bad part.
I agree.
They actually designed in very strict way. As I told you, the first skill will always be designed to give you basically resource to use all other skills. At the same time, it can be kinda altered with one or two options. One option can give you ability to sometime make 2 attacks instead of 1, and second option will give you ability to poison enemies. Later you will find that one of your skills is actually scaling with poison damage or deals extra damage to poisoned enemies. Therefore you technically got no other option than to pick this poison damage to just increase damage of your other skills. Yeah, it's simplified explanation, but
boring.
Technically that's how all skills works in the game. In Path of Exile 2, every skill also got some idea behind it, but since it doesn't matter what class you play, you get shared passive skill tree, you got same support gems based on your weapon and your skills, you actually in sandbox mode, and that's why there's loads of builds and fun interactions appear, and that's
for the ones who never played Path of Exile or any of these games. In Path of Exile, you literally can play a witch. You know, spellcaster, right? You can use a crossbow. Oh, you wanna use a melee weapon? Yeah, sure. Go and bash people's heads, and you can do that. And you can play a warrior and be a caster. Theoretically, it's hard. It's hard to get to that point, but it's possible. You can do that. And it's great, it actually works. Like I said earlier, I'm playing my druid as just a caster, and it's working out great. It's great. It's awesome. I love it.
That's what make ARPG really fun for me. Ability to be creative and make builds like Burning Elephant, which is completely non-intended way to burn bosses in just few seconds. Based on my research, it's completely impossible in Diablo 4, because even Paragon Boards is tied to your character and predetermined. Again, for example, in Path of Exile 2 you can make your support gems to give your ice skill ability to freeze enemies more often. The better choice will be always to increase your damage. But is it wrong to make your ice skill freeze enemies more often? Well, it's not. It's just not very optimal for fast clearing speed. But in Diablo 4, when I choose my Paragon boards, well...
But if you freeze your enemies all the time, that's a defensive measure that keeps you alive. And that's, by the way, why you have more than just one skill in Path of Exile 2. One for clearing, one for bossing. And you can combine them both while you're bossing. I do that all the time. That's literally the norm.
There's 8 of them and we can pick only 5. Of course, if we're playing Werewolf, we want to pick 2 of them, which is Werewolf focused, and other 3 will be just generic tables that just adds more damage. If you experience Diablo 4 player, drop in comments your examples of creative and interesting builds, but I haven't found a single one. Still, I want to end this comparison on positive note. Lack of build diversity and creativity you can put into the build crafting can be really good, because when I play Path of Exile 2, even though I like to go in blindly, still I do some research before going in. I read patch notes, I check what new support gems we will have, what changes will be, so at least I get some expectations how build will work and will it actually be possible to play something like I want to play. Well, in Diablo 4 I got in blindly, and you're actually looking at endgame gameplay right now that is played on almost highest difficulty, and I got here without any research at all. Yeah, I got in completely blindly, and all systems are so simple, build crafting is so simple that it's hard to mess up. So in terms of beginner friendly experience, yeah, Diablo 4 is just awesome. You can just turn your brain off, smash some buttons on your keyboard or controller and have some fun. If the stuff that is on the screen right now is fun to you. But while it's really easy to start playing Diablo 4, is it still easy in the end game? Because end game is basically why lots of players play ARPGs. We like to go around, kill some monsters, become more powerful, get some juicy drops and improve our character even more. And end game in Diablo 4 is as simple as everything we talked about before.
That's bad. So when it comes to endgame, I'm really struggling in Path of Exile 1 and 2. More in 2 than in 1, because in 2 it's literally just boring. I think the maximum map level that I have in Path of Exile 2 is 4 or 5 right now. And that's the highest I ever got, because just boring. The maps are just boring. And some of the maps I really just don't want to do. But I'm kind of, oh yeah, I'm there, so whatever. In Path of Exile 1, I can literally just... I think the maps in Path of Exile 1 are better. Not because of the size or anything like that, just because I think they are just better. The end game is just better. It's that simple. It's really just that. Now the only reason I would play Path of Exile 2 more while in maps is to make my build better, but my build at the moment, at least my druid build, is I can't really do a lot with it because I'm lacking resources. And I can't build what I would need to have more survivability, which is the main problem. Not even the damage. My damage is fine. Could be better, of course, but it's fine. But yeah, that's a problem. So I wouldn't look forward to an endgame like in Diablo, because it's even more boring to me.
Basically, we hop on our mount and run into area that is overwhelmed by devilish hell forces. In this area there will be few points of interest and we just need to clear or finish some quests nearby. But all the quests are kinda the same. For example, we're running around and just by doing this we're destroying cultists. At the same time there was some big monsters and yeah, they also part of separate quests. Closing rift.
This is literally just a quest from World of Warcraft. Oh, go there and kill X amount of enemies. It's literally just that. And that's boring. That doesn't give you anything. This is just daily quests from World of Warcraft. I did that in Burning Crusade. And in Vanilla WoW. I already did that. Why would I did it in Vanilla in WoW. Why would I do it in Diablo 4? If I already have, spent money on Path of Exile. And I like that game more already. And I can do more in the game. So to me, looking at just the gameplay that I see, it's like, yeah, why would I play this? Why? And look how cheap the UI. The UI looks worse than Diablo 2, literally. Which, by the way, is also the case in Modern WoW. The UI looks worse than it did in Vanilla. Because it looks like a cheap copy of World of Warcraft, which it is.
Left and right, this is also separate quest. And opening big chests with a big loot explosion. While
Yeah,
it may
right.
look cool, eventually you don't care about this stuff when you got full build ready. Yeah, in terms of item progression, it's completely simple, straightforward, and I would say there's almost no item progression at all. You just equip
Great.
slightly better gear every now and then, and that's it. Crafting systems are extremely simple, it just use resource and make your weapons more powerful. That's why there's even no part when we compare Path of Exile 2 item progression to Diablo 4, and I can't compare crafting systems. In Path of Exile 2 there's cool puzzle mechanics that you need to understand how crafting works. You can do something cool occasionally, but if you dive deep you actually can get good results. Here you basically just do basic stuff and
Yeah, I think yesterday or the day before, I found a unique belt in, I think it was Path of Exile 1, which would be kind of good for my build. But I would have to build around that thing. Which is, I have to build my build around a unique, or several uniques, which is hard. Which, by the way, I already have a unique shield, which is great. It's one of the better shields that I could have when it comes to, having a melee build. It's good. I just really, 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 really need a new weapon. My weapon is not that great. Man, it's funny that I'm working more on my build in Path of Exile 1 in my head while watching the video than thinking about Diablo 4. Wait, what are these damage numbers? 15 million? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's also why I don't care about that. It's just bigger numbers. I don't need the numbers to be that big. I want them to feel good. And yes, there's a difference between numbers being big and numbers feeling good.
get better gear no matter what. But let's get back to endgame activities. After clearing a bunch of monsters in this zone, we can summon big boss, and this big boss, after being slain, will drop a bunch of items, and again these items is, well, in most cases kinda useless after you acquire somewhat reasonable pieces for your build. While finishing these quests, there's another quest is going on in the background, and we can collect a bunch of extra loot explosions from it. Basically there's chests that you activate from your inventory and get this loot explosion. And honestly, that's kinda it. That's almost full endgame that we got in Diablo 4. It's kinda fun, but for me it's just too brainless, and there's no sensible progression, besides probably this area in one of the towns. So, to raise difficulty you need to finish pit, and pit is different activity. We interact with this obelisk and then we can select difficulty. After completing highest tier, it will unlock more tiers. And technically it goes indefinitely, but the scaling is exponential. So while it's definitely endgame activity, technically you just load on the map and you need to clear monsters fast. If you do it fast enough before timer runs out, you will unlock interaction with another obelisk. After slaying pit boss. Sometimes these fights are interesting, but in most cases they're not like too interesting, and here's why. There's
Which is the norm in that game, to be fair. I've never heard that from anyone that the boss fights here are good. I've only heard the opposite, that they are bad. The animations are bad. You can't see what's going on. Why would I want that? Why would I bother with that? I have enough troubles in my life that I don't want that.
Insane exponential scaling. So for example, if you feel completely fine on tier 45 and then jump to tier 50, instead of just being a little bit weaker or maybe doing slightly less damage or just a lot less damage but less damage, sometimes you just dealing no damage at all and being one-shotted by random attacks. This turns endgame into basically grind simulator. And don't get me wrong, in Path of Exile 2, endgame is kinda also a grind simulator. You just run as...
Well, the company is literally called Grinding Gear Games. So yeah, that's the entire promise of the game. But if you can make that fun, it's fine.
As much maps as possible, you want to get as much loot as possible, but there's separate progressions. While you're kinda grinding, you're also looking for some interesting maps where you can drop some valuable gems or collect some loot that will be used to open boss dungeons, that will drop skill books to improve power of these interactions, and you can focus on different activities. While in Diablo 4 you grind for...
Did you see that?
These interactions and you can focus...
You can barely see this. You can barely see this. This is bad design. It's literally just bad design.
On different activities, while in Diablo 4 you grind for 1 hour to become a little bit more powerful.
And by the way, have you noticed that everything in this game is just brown and gray? There's no other colors than brown and gray. Everything is just brown and gray. This is horrible. Who designed this? This is just awful. Literally, Diablo 2 did better. Literally. The first area, the first act, you were on grass half the time, and then you were in the monastery. Which was gray, because stone, right? But it was nice to look at. This is just horrible.
To see higher numbers on your screen, to increase difficulty and do the same stuff all over again. I will definitely play Druid on launch for a little bit, but then I will switch to Path of Exile 2 and will test everything new in 0.4 expansion. If you played both games, write your opinion on them in the comments. I read all of them. And see you in the next videos.
This one was good. Good video. Yeah, he was right. This was good. This was actually good. Now we have a situation here. So apparently, we are now watching a video about the vision of Path of Exile 2.
Hey guys, so today I wanted to make a video talking a little bit about what the true meaning of the vision is. Now, I'm making this video because there has been a lot of debate in the community about like what the pace of the game should be according to the vision, what meaningful combat should be according to the vision, and there's people on kind of both sides. Some people are saying that, hey, Jonathan said that the game is supposed to be not that much slower than Path of Exile 1. It's still supposed to be fast and, you know, speedy, right? But there's another side of the conversation that's like, well, Jonathan said that no, the game needs to have meaningful combat, and therefore the game should be slower and more methodical. And I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding there that's causing this kind of a debate, because I don't think the term meaningful combat and the pace of the game are necessarily the same thing.
Thank God. Yes, he's right. He's absolutely right. It's not, because you can be fast as light, and the fights are still meaningful. Of course they can be. There's no reason why they couldn't. None. I would really prefer to have more movement speed, but I also, my druid is lacking some damage, unless it's bossing. Bossing is fine. Damage by bossing is fine. But killing white mobs takes way too long. Especially if there's only a couple of them. If I would have a group of white mobs, just 20, I could defeat them easily with my thunderstorm because of the chain reactions. Kill them easily, no problems. But if there's only one, oh my god, I have to actually fight them. And yes, it's as annoying as it sounds.
And I wanted to show that to you guys today with not just like what I think or you think, or like I remember Jonathan saying this, I remember him saying that, which is what most people are doing. I want to actually go through and show you guys what Jonathan actually said about what he thinks about meaningful combat, what he thinks about the pace and the speed of the game, and the vision, right? So to start off, let's talk about the speed and pace of the game, because again, I think that there is a separate conversation for both, and they are not like the same thing. So when it comes to the speed and the pace of the game, what I found is that Jonathan has always said that the game should actually be fast. So let's watch there. I have a couple interviews, right? We have this interview with Crip, and we also have this interview with Killin9Hit that he did with, like, this is a Japanese YouTuber a little bit later. This was before the game even came out, and this was made about a year ago, right before 0.3 launched. So let's take a look at this, right?
But I don't know, like, I guess all of that is to say that, like, it's a little bit hard to say exactly what the pace will be like in maps at this point. Mm-hmm. I have no doubt that the peak will still be high, but it may not be as high as it currently is in PoE1. I think that's very likely. But at the same time, like, it's really important that people feel like they're able to break the game. Like, you want people to feel like, oh, I'm breaking the game right now. I'm like got an insane amount of projectiles, like way more than I should be able to have, like all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I guess there's a bit of a hedged non-answer.
So as you see, Jonathan says that the peak of the game will still be high, right? It still needs to be a fast game, or he wants it to be a fast game. Maybe not as fast as PoE1, but he still wants the game to be fast, right? That is where, at the core of where he wants it to be. And this is actually echoed in his interview with the Japanese YouTuber Killin9Hit.
I wouldn't say that we intended to make maps slower. It really is just that the combat has changed. One thing that I will say is that people are taking longer to complete maps than we expected. So this is actually something that we probably will be looking into more.
Sometimes I'm spent 16 minutes in a map. 16 minutes. That's way too long. Way too long. I mean, I'm a slow player, you know? Age. I'm 43. Almost 44. I'm old. I don't have the reflexes anymore like I had 20 years ago. I'm very aware of that. So I'm not that fast anymore. And that's fine. But 16 minutes for a map is way too long. Now, let's be very, very honest here. Might be just due to my builds. My builds might be just trash. which is likely. Because the moment I have a good build, like my Static Strike Living Lightning Guardian, I'm zooming. And I'm so fast that I'm almost too fast for myself, which is a problem. Another problem is that in PoE 1 right now, with my Static Strike, I can't see anything. If I fight a boss or a group of mobs, I don't see anything. I just see effects, and then things die, and maybe I die. I can't. I really can't stay still unless my Guardian is tanking, which he's doing. But the moment I get aggro, I have to start moving. Also, on death effects, really bad, because I can't see anything. If you can't see anything, you can't avoid the things that are there, right? You can only avoid things that you see. Otherwise, you're dead, which is bad.
More in 030. Even some good players are taking longer than what we expected. So I think it just means that we just need to do some adjustment. Another thing.
So, as you can see, Jonathan is saying that it's not that they want to make maps slower. And in fact, at the time, which was in 0.2, before 0.3, he was saying that it was taking people longer than expected to complete maps. So the game was a little bit too slow, in his opinion. And I think, again, this is where the divide really happens. Jonathan has always wanted the game to be fast-paced. So anybody who is thinking that the game is supposed to be slow is basically not either like forgetting or haven't watched the actual interviews or listened to what Jonathan has actually said. And again, I also think that a lot of people are kind of, I guess, mixing up what like meaningful methodical combat is and mixing that with slower gameplay. And this is kind of like a good part of the interview that kind of bridges that like misunderstanding that Jonathan talks about here.
Ultimately, the purpose of one of the major things we wanted to change about PoE 1 versus 2 was making the combat more meaningful. I don't know, a lot of people talk about us slowing the game down, and I wouldn't say that that is a goal. The main goal is just to make combat more meaningful and exciting. However...
So, as you can see, he said the goal is not to slow the game down, it's to make the combat more meaningful.
Yeah.
Meaning that it's not the same thing.
Exactly.
Speed and meaningful combat aren't the same thing. And this leads us to the kind of question of like, what is meaningful combat actually? Because there's a lot, this term gets tossed around quite a bit about meaningful combat. And I was actually watching a video by Jorgen where he talks about this idea of meaningful combat and how people don't really know, like have a real definition for it. And I actually talked about what my definition for meaningful combat is, and I'll show you that clip right now. To me, meaningful combat means like, I mean, to be honest, I actually think Path of Exile 1 has quite a bit of meaningful combat in the end game, in like pinnacle bosses.
I agree. As someone that never fought these bosses, I agree. I've only seen videos, but I agree. I completely agree. They do have meaningful combat. Absolutely. If you have to pay attention to the mechanics, that's meaningful combat. It's literally that simple.
Like having to dodge attacks, having to maneuver through spells, having to, where you're not just like pressing one button, face tanking everything, right? Of course, you can get your build to that point where you are doing that, but if the majority of builds are doing that, then that's not meaningful combat, right? Having to interact with the enemy and interact with its attacks, and not just sitting there and face tanking everything. That to me is what it is. So yeah, that's my definition of meaningful.
Well, you can make even face tanking meaningful if getting there is... I don't even know how to phrase that. But I remember I played the warrior last season. I don't even know what skill I used. What I remember is that I literally face tanked the the Firecaster boss in Act 3. The one underneath the time travel thingy. In the pyramid. That boss, I face tanked them. And all abilities. I completely face tanked them. Because I was practically immune to fire damage. And that felt so good. It felt so incredibly good. I either have put a video out of all the boss fights I did with that warrior, or I planned on doing it. But I never did. Because I fell off. Damage-wise, I didn't do any damage. And Act 4, I think, I started to do no damage. It was horrible.
Combat. And the reason why I'm showing you guys that is because I actually think it aligns pretty well with what Jonathan thinks meaningful combat is. So I went and searched again what Jonathan has said about what meaningful combat is. And actually, I do think this is where Path of Exile 2 has failed. And it's not the speed part that is the meaningful combat, but as you can see here, what he says about meaningful combat, right? So compared to PoE 1, how crazy can some of the builds get in PoE 2 in terms of map clear speed? It looks like PoE 2 combat is a little bit more tactical and methodical, but you can still get to the point where your build is a push one button and clear the screen sort of thing, or will that be reserved to PoE 1? So he said it's not going to be as ridiculous as PoE 1, but we still need you to feel like you're becoming some sort of a god towards the end game. You can definitely get pretty crazy with certain builds, but we want there to be meaningful combat. That is something that we can do a lot better with how bosses work with PoE 2. In PoE 1, every map had a boss at the end, so in order to keep the map, the time a map might take you to be reasonable, we couldn't really push the difficulty of a map boss too far. But in Path of Exile 2, map bosses are only in 1 every 4 maps. That has changed, obviously, right? Since then.
By the way, good change. Good change.
And you can only see them on where they're on the atlas. So you can decide if you're boss hunting mode or map clearing mode. This allows us to make bosses harder and more rewarding so they can be longer and more involved and allow you to have a more tactical combat while still allowing you to clear maps well. So again, the meaningful combat, in my opinion, comes more of on the boss killing side from what I can tell from what Jonathan is saying. He's saying, like, we still want you to blow maps up, right? That's kind of the goal of where we want you to be. But where the meaningful combat comes from is where you're interacting with the enemy when it comes to bossing. And again, I think this is where they've really kind of failed us.
So the bossing is where you are methodically and slower. While at the rest, you are supposed to zoom. Okay. Yes, they failed. Because I'm not zooming through the maps. The little trash mobs give me harder times than the bosses in a lot of cases. One of the maps where you fight the Chimera. The Chimera is no problem for me with my druid. Literally 0 problems. That thing just dies. It just melts. Now it takes me 60 to 120 seconds, but it's dead. Maximum maybe 3 minutes. But the normal mobs on the map, they are the problems for me. They are way more of a problem. Which is weird. That shouldn't be the case. Maybe they need to reduce the HP of the mobs. Maybe that would solve the problem. I don't know. But maybe my build is just trash.
For that, and really echoes this here too. So he asked the question here on Chat News: what are of the most significant changes in the direction of PoE 2 is the emphasis on making visual feedback clear, and that means not having so many projectiles on the screen. Some players have said that this makes the game look slower, yet it seems like this will be better pacing for graphics. What are the reasons for this change? There are a few reasons if we want players to actually engage with boss mechanics. Then you need to not be melting the boss with 1,000 projectiles per second. This has to happen so you can respond to something. So again, it is about bossing, in my opinion, where the meaningful combat really comes in.
I agree.
And he does mention this thing about like 1,000 projectiles or something, and making the screen like not very clear, right? And he talks about this in this interview with Crip as well, as a place that he feels like it would be bad if Path of Exile were to get there.
Yes.
But what I do think is also bad, and I guess this is another philosophical thing, is that I don't think it's really good when you someone opens up Path of Exile on Twitch. They look at what the game looks like at the absolute 1% end of it, and it just looks like utter, just like what is even going on the screen. You know, it's just like shit is everywhere. There's like there's no visual clarity. I cannot tell what the hell is going on, and the boss melts in like 2 seconds. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's really very good either.
So
I agree.
That, in my opinion, again, is where kind of the meaningful combat stuff kind of comes in. And also, in addition to that, just visual clarity. I think also visual clarity oftentimes may be misconstrued with like speed as well. Like, visual clarity and speed are completely separate things. And what he's saying here is you need visual clarity to be able to have meaningful combat, so you can actually interact with the bosses and, you know, dodge their attacks and things like that. So again, there is this real disconnect in the player base with the concept of speed and meaningful combat. And I think that maybe Jonathan hasn't ever really been super clear about that either, and has only talked about them in like bits and pieces, and have never really answered the question directly. Or maybe it's just been too long ago since he's done that, right?
Yeah.
So this video today really is to kind of help inform anybody who's out there really trying to make this, I don't know, not claim, but just like, it feels like there's a lot of people who are just throwing things at the wall and spitballing when they're not really even quoting Jonathan directly. And as a result, there's just a lot of jumble going on about like what meaningful combat and the speed of combat and pace of everything actually needs to be, or should be, according to the vision. So yeah, but all this to say too is that this doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because Jonathan has also said this.
So yeah, like that's kind of, we'll kind of, I guess, end up where we end up, where it honestly, and it may sound a bit silly, but it's like, it just has to feel fun to me, right? Like, I have to play it and feel like this feels fun.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't feel fun to me, then I'll increase the numbers. And that's really what it comes down to.
So, I mean, look, we could just have a debate about what the game should be, what the game was supposed to be set out with at, but at the end of the day, Mr. Joe Nathan himself has come out and said, hey, look, you know what? I don't care. If the game is fun to me, that's good. If it's not fun, then I might go and increase the numbers and make things faster and make things bigger, right? So all in all, is to say, I guess it doesn't really matter. But yeah, again, I just think there is a big misconception here that we've all had, and hopefully this video clears it up. And if any of your friends are like, have this debate with you, go ahead and show them this video. That way we can get things cleared up. But yeah, let me know down in the comment section below what you guys think. I'm sure there's still going to be some of you guys who are going to be like, no, well, Jonathan actually meant this when he said that. But, I mean, you can say whatever you want, right? Whatever he said is here. I just quoted him directly. So, there it is. Leave me your comments down in the comment section below. And also, if you enjoyed this video, please, best way to support the channel is by hitting the sub button. It is completely free and lets me know that you enjoy this type of content. I also stream on twitch.tv/MeSuckSure every single day. So, hopefully, I get to see you guys on my stream, but if not, hopefully I'll see y'all on the next video. All right, guys. Peace.
Good video. Actually good video. You watched that, yeah. That's a movie I want to watch. Oh boy. Oh boy. Man. So much stuff going on. So yesterday, after the disaster that was the gaming part of the stream, I tried to fix my Windows problems. I mean, what else would it be than Windows problems? And reactivate the game bar. I hope that works. And what I've thought about, maybe the problem is that games are using DirectX. Well, yeah, DirectX. Maybe that's the problem. But again, why? Why would they even have something like Game Bar? Something that literally no one uses. No one uses that shit. Oh my god, let's... What is this about?
Men are suffering everywhere. What is this? What is this?
Yeah.
Shut up! Shut up! That is the male sparrow, by the way. This is not... This is true. Women yapping. Women be yapping! Male? Yep. It's a male duck. Is this what I sound like, chat?
Yes. Yes.
Men are
sometimes.
suffering everywhere. What is this?
Sometimes. Oh dear Alana. Sometimes. Wait. He never gets bored of Diablo? Wait, what is this? Japan's unbordered behavior. What? Oh man. Why? You're gonna watch this because I need an explanation.
So, you're bored of Diablo 4, huh? Well, I'm not.
Why? Why? I mean, with music like that, everything is, you know, just adrenaline.
I posted a video about a week ago, and I honestly did not expect it to get as many views as it has. Granted, 2,500 views is really nothing, but it was averaging, like, has been averaging 400 views a day. And that's just so cool to me. And I posted some of my build footage on the Diablo 4 Reddit. I've never posted there before. I barely go on Reddit, and then this happened. So it's just been really, really inspiring for me. And for all of you that did drop in to check out that video, I sincerely appreciate that, so thank you. So, on to the...
I hate that everything here is gray, brown, and even the skills are a darker orange. Where's the color? And also, nothing that I've seen here is actually impressive to me because I'm playing Path of Exile 1 and 2. So this is literally one of my builds that is mediocre. It's literally dead.
Main point of this video, aside from all of the positive feedback I've been getting, I've also been receiving some constructive criticism. And it's all totally valid. This build cannot compete with the big ones. At least for now, but you're not going to be making it through Pit 100. This particular build is being played on Eternal, so there's no sanctification, and all the glyphs at the time were around level 60, so maybe with some higher level glyphs, you can start pushing some higher pits. Now, why on earth would I share a build that can't even make it through Pit 100? Why would I do that?
Because it's fun to play. That would be my suggestion. I mean, that's what I did with my builds. I think, oh, I found something fun. Let's share it. Oh, I think this is cool. Let's share it. By the way, videos are on my on Wildshot Plays, the second channel on YouTube, or main channel on Rumble.
I don't know, maybe because Pit is like 1% of this entire game. Let's take a look at something here. Hear me out, right? So we have the Pit. And then, you guys ready for this? We have
Dungeons.
Nightmare Dungeons, Helltides, Infernal Hordes, The Undercity, Whispers, World Bosses, Legion Events, Strongholds, Seasonal Activity, Open World Events. Holy shit! It's like there's a whole entire game outside of the Pit. That's crazy. Yeah. Do you know how easy it is to just go on Mobalytics or YouTube and just look up the meta? No way. They released the Paladin. So cool. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait a few days so my favorite YouTuber that plays Diablo uploads his build. Yeah. So that way when I get to level 60, I can copy and paste his build. Hey, yeah. I'll be pushing Pit 120 before you know it. This might just be why you're bored. Combined with all of my...
Yes. Absolutely, yes. But things like that can also lead to good things. For example, I completely nerded out over Lightning Conduit for Path of Exile 1. I've seen Zizarin, a video of Zizarin doing it back when it came out. And I played that thing for 5, 6, or 7 seasons. And I completely got brain rotted by that thing. By the way, over time it got worse. Because it got nerfed a bunch of times. So I was playing something that once was better until it wasn't anymore. And then it got actually not, that wasn't even good anymore. And I still played it because I got brain rotted. I wanted to make that thing work because it looked so cool. And now in Diablo 2, Path of Exile 2, they have Lightning Conduit, but it works somewhat differently, and I hate it. But they now have Thunderstorm, a druid spell, and that thing is actually cool. It actually functions in a way the something version of Lightning Conduit and Path of Exile 1 works. AKA, you can cast that thing into a different room, around the corner, kind of, and then clear the room. Awesome. Now, at this moment, I haven't been able to actually do that in Path of Exile 2, but that's because of the layouts of the maps. They are the problem.
Characters in Diablo 4, I probably have around 1,200 hours. And out of those 1,200 hours, I haven't looked up a single build video. I haven't looked up a link for a build. And I think this might be why I don't get bored of playing this game. When I make characters in Diablo, and I know nothing about them, I build them based off of what skills I think look the coolest. That's it. How?
Same with Path of Exile 1 and 2, and then I realized, oh my god, I messed this up. It's trash. I have to do something else. Literally what I did this season with a Holy Hammer. Started with Holy Hammer because, oh my god, this looks so cool. And then at around level 64, I was like, yeah, I'm getting nowhere. I'm dying all the time and don't do any damage. Time for a new character. And that character is my current Static Strike character, and it's awesome. I love it. But sometimes, yeah, things just don't work out. But this is the interesting thing for me. Sometimes you try something out, and it either works or don't. If it works, that feels so good. Like my Thunderstorm. Oh my god, I like Thunderstorm. Path of Exile 2. It's so good. It's incredible. And that's literally it. It just feels incredible. Now, it doesn't mean it will work the entire time. Thunderstorm only works for groups. My Thunderstorm build only works for groups. That's why I have a Ball Lightning for bosses. And Apocalypse. And the plants. And Thunderstorm. And yes, I'm using the entire keyboard when I have boss fights. Oh god, it's hilarious. I love it.
How fun can I make this build? Everybody's definition of fun is different. If you like walking into a room, clicking a button like you're laying down a fat stinker and everybody clears the room, then sure. I guess there's this build for the Paladin where you literally just have to walk and everything dies around you. That's it.
Sure.
You're just a walking death totem. And that to me isn't fun. That's not my play style. I like looking as violent as possible and fast, flashy, hack and slash to the max. And that, for me, is fun. And if you truly believe that you are going to get the most enjoyment out of this game by looking up the meta so you can get through Pit 120, then I think you are neglecting yourself from what this game has to offer. Now,
yes,
you could say I'm a hypocrite because I uploaded a build video. But I uploaded a build video because the build is fun. Not because it can get through Pit 120. Oh, but your numbers are too low. You're not doing enough damage. You're only hitting for millions, not billions or trillions. Dude, I don't need to hit for billions.
That just... Oh, I hate that. It's the same philosophy like in World of Warcraft. Oh, just bigger numbers, bigger numbers, bigger numbers. And nothing else. And it's so boring. It's just so boring. And at a certain point, the numbers don't even mean anything because they're so big, you can't comprehend them. That's a problem.
In Torment 4, everything's just dying. I don't need any more damage. I can take down the lair bosses in a couple seconds. I don't need more damage. I need to make my build more fun. Now, as a new player, this game can be very daunting. There are a lot of moving parts and pieces that make everything work in this game, so it can be very overwhelming for a new player, and that's completely understandable if you want to go look up YouTube videos of how certain things work, build videos, even like as a new player. I can understand that. And then I see newer players coming into the community asking questions. They're asking like, how do I get more damage? I don't understand how gems work. Can somebody help me out? And then the community responds with, go look up a build. Go follow a build. You need to start with that. So now this new player is going to look up a build without understanding how anything works in the game. You're just sending them straight to the finish line, and they're not going to learn anything. And I'm not saying that those meta builds that can clear Pit 120 aren't fun. They're probably fun for a lot of people. But if you're so locked into this idea that you need to clear Pit 120, you're willing to just use any meta build to get there, you're just trading creativity for a checkbox at that point. And for the...
Yes, but for some people that's just fine. That's just fine. You have to set a goal for the season you are playing and then make a build that, you know, achieves that goal. It's that simple. Just do that. Now, it should be fun to play. It should be. But if you don't care about that, if you kind of a masochist and you don't care about the build being fun, just being good, then yeah, play whatever it's necessary. I couldn't do that. Things have to be fun. I'm 43, almost 44. I don't care about, oh my god, I don't do trillions of damage in 1 second. Ooh, that's bad. I don't care. Why would I? I'm way too old to care about things like that. Or things that being meta. Well, to be fair, I do care what's meta and I love to break the meta. Delicious. Breaking the meta. There's nothing better than you finding something out that breaks the meta. So good. So good. It feels so amazing. I can tell you, it's great.
New players and even the veterans, I recommend when the new class comes out, when Lord of Hatred drops, or even if there's a class that you haven't played yet, create a new character with that class and just build it on your own. go through the skills, find whatever you think looks like the most fun or looks the coolest, whatever floats your boat, and just build off of that. And that's what I've done since day one. And I still love this game. This game has given me the ability to be exactly what I want to be in this game. And I can't get that from cookie cutter copy and paste builds. I will never sacrifice my playstyle just to be able to do more damage. Now, would I complain if I was hitting for billions or trillions here? Absolutely not. But I'm not there yet. But that's fine, because I'm playing the other 99% of the game outside of the pit. And I truly believe that you will have so much more fun if you just go into this blind and build your character the way that you want to build it. That's about it for me, guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Good video. It's actually good video. Yeah, I agree with him. If your build is not fun, why play it? It's literally that. Good video. Man, that was fun. A short, fun video. And I agree completely. Okay, back to the music. Oh boy. I'm gonna watch that later. Gonna watch that later after stream. Pinnacle, thanks for the follow, but I have no idea what you just said. I'm sorry, but that English is even too broken for me. Crunchyroll is officially done, I wish. By the way, for the ones who don't know, Crunchyroll got geo-blocked in Japan. So no Japanese people have to see the wrong translations of the American English, well, versions of the animes, which is atrocious. Is Path of Exile 2 better than Diablo 4? Yes, it's not even close. But I'm curious. Let's look at that short.
Never could get into Path of Exile. Would you say it's fun? How would you compare it to Diablo? The game is a lot of fun. The game is harder than Diablo. You have more meaningful choices than Diablo in regards to passive skills, and you have to synergize things.
And active skills. Oh my god. Don't forget that.
And it's very important that the right skills go in the right spot with the right synergy. It's a lot more scientific than Diablo 4, and I think it's going to attract a different kind of player than Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is fine for what it is, but again, there's just not a ton of stuff that's going to keep you in Diablo 4. Path of Exile 2 is going to keep you in to the game a lot longer because it's going to take you longer to get specific things. The grind is still there. The difficulty is still there. So we're just waiting for balance now and seeing how they're going to kind of tweak the game for new players.
And new classes. Don't forget the new classes. I hope they get the Templar or Paladin or whatever for 0.5. Maybe even another one. Imagine 2 new classes. Oh my god, that would be cool. Oh shit. An actual beginner's guide. Is this turning into a Path of Exile stream? Fortnite Showdown. Oh no. Indian Fortnite Zero build player. Oh Jesus. Epic Games is bleeding out. Oh. Wait, what? I go here and gonna go for the... I wanna know. No, that's a Clips channel. Ah, crap. She doesn't have... Come on, show me the video. I wanna see the video.
It's our
What's the name?
boy, Legendary Drops, Poogers. Poogers in the chat. Pooger Woogers.
Oh, it's that video. Okay. Oh, shit. Wait, how was that video called? I forgot. I wanted to... Oh, man. No, don't get me banned. Alf was way darker than you remember. Oh, it was quite dark. It's quite dark. Okay, actual path of exile to oh my god, how was it called? To beginner, blah blah blah. Here it is. I wanted to watch this. We put this on the watch later. Thank you. She said legendary drops. There's legendary drops. There's legendary drops. Nothing left. 2 weeks ago. Okay. Then it's okay to react. I don't like to react and put out videos it just came out. That's... I don't want to steal, you know, the audience and money.
I can't believe it's actually happening. Fortnite has fallen. The mythical dragon that the games industry has been chasing for the better part of a decade, the success that they have been trying to emulate pretty much across the entire games industry, is in so much trouble that their CEO came out and flat out said, we are losing players, we are losing money, we need to lay off 1,000 people, and we still need an additional $500 million in cost savings. Good God.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand just how valuable it is for the games industry to realize that this game is mortal, that it bleeds just like everything else. And the problems that Epic is having, the problems that Fortnite is having, is going to send a shockwave across the industry. Now, to be fair, the problems that they're going through, the loss of players that Fortnite is seeing, well, it's a lot. Believe me, you guys are going to be pretty shocked by this. It's not the only part of their problem. The issues that they're suffering from are the same ones that are basically plaguing all of the Western games industry, where they have too many employees. They are spending way too much money. They're not paying attention to the audience that they already have. And because of that, they put themselves into a weakened position where even just the slightest change in temperature is a crisis to these guys. So today, we're going to be talking about how much trouble Fortnite and Epic are in right now, what this actually means for the games industry, and also how some analysts are saying that really it's Eastern games at fault. You know,
because they are the ones that listen to the players and make products that the players want. That's the whole reason. Literally, that's it.
Sometimes it pays to be right. But before that, a bit of a confessional. Today's video is sponsored by Helix Mattress, and
I go and take a piss because I have to. The old man has to piss after 2 hours of... What was that sound? My headset just made a sound. I have no idea where that came from. It was horrible. I'm going to be back soon. I piss, I get something to eat, some candy, of course, and then we watch it. So, I can see a pinnacle. What's the problem? What's the problem? Back to the video.
I have been insanely excited to talk about this, mostly because I'm a terrible sleeper. Historically, I've always had a problem with it. I run hot as hell, so I have fans and AC and all kinds of different things that are going, and a lot of background noise for tinnitus because of playing music and things like that. So I didn't really expect for a mattress to change my life, but it did. I went on their site and I took their sleep quiz, and it matched me with the Midnight Lux. It was super quick and only took a...
Mattresses are extremely important for your sleep. I got to know that after I got finally a good mattress. Oh my god, the difference is like day and night, literally.
About 2 minutes, and honestly, it made me realize just how much I was messing up my sleep, because 1 in 3 adults don't even get the recommended 7 to 9 hours, and I definitely wasn't one of them. And you guys don't know how much this messes with your life. It can mess with your focus, your decision making, or even just your day-to-day energy. But since switching, I've been sleeping way deeper and waking up feeling actually rested instead of just dragging myself through the day. And they also give you a 120-night sleep trial and a lifetime warranty. You can actually make sure if this is something that's actually worth it for you without any pressure. I would recommend at least checking this out. Go and take their quiz, see what mattress lines up with you specifically, and see if it can change you like it changed me. So use the link in the description, use the QR code on screen. Right now, it is Sleep Awareness Month, so you guys get 20% off any...
Sleep Awareness Month. Something no one gives a fuck about. Like always.
Mattress that you want to pick up. I cannot recommend this enough. Thank you to Helix for sponsoring today's video, and also thank you to Helix for fixing my sleep. I never thought I'd ever be around to be able to make this video. Fortnite has been the games industry's golden child for nearly a decade now. It's largely responsible for the live service boom, for the rise of battle royales, and honestly, I think it makes perfect sense. Why? Because since launch, Fortnite has reportedly made over $42 billion. It's pulled in over 650 million registered...
What?
For $42 billion.
$42 billion in total? Imagine having made $42 billion just with one game, and your company is not making a profit. That game not making a profit. What the hell is going? How incompetent is the leadership in this company?
It's pulled in over 650 million registered players and still has around 110 active players just reported in 2026. It earns more than GTA 5 and Minecraft combined, and it averages around 14 million peak concurrent players day to day. To put that into perspective, that's basically like half of the existing player base on Steam at a given time, all piling into one game at once.
Wow.
Fortnite has launched careers for content creators. It helped make one of the biggest streams in gaming history possible, with over 600,000 people turning in to watch Drake and Ninja play back in 2021. It blurred the lines between gaming and pop culture with crossovers in damn near every corner of media, from celebrities to movies to other games as well. It pioneered the virtual concerts as well, with Travis Scott pulling in over 12 million players and opening the door to even more events after that throughout the years. Now, I've never really brought this up, and some of you guys are probably going to be surprised by this, but while I have a lot of criticisms for Epic as a company, I have always held a lot of respect for Fortnite, because as a platform, they just kept pioneering. They kept doing things that were experimental. They just kept evolving. They were never afraid of trying something new, whether that meant new modes or huge map changes or just full-on overhauls to the game itself. It became this game that was maybe not made for everybody, but anybody could play it. And it was
it's absolutely not made for everybody.
A huge reason that Sony and other platforms finally gave in on crossplay. It lowered the hardware barrier by proving a massive multiplayer game could run on nearly any piece of hardware. And while I'm not exactly thrilled with how much they have normalized live service, they avoided pay to win right from the start. They always kept it to monetization on cosmetics only. And they also set a standard on how much free content a game should offer players when it's a free-to-play game. But the sad truth of the matter is that the games industry just never learned the right lessons from Fortnite. Investors and executives just saw the money that they were making, and they just spent billions of dollars chasing their profits instead of trying to understand what made it work. A game...
Because they're stupid. It's that simple. They're stupid. They don't understand that games are primarily a consumer product for people to enjoy, to have fun with. They are literally just like movies. Would you expect a movie to make $42 billion? No. Why would you? Makes no sense. Would you make a movie live service? No, of course not. That's retarded. Why would you? So why do you do it with games? Because in games, live service can work if you're doing it right. Like Grinding Gear games does it. They are doing fine. They are making a profit. Way smaller company, way smaller games, making a profit. Why does Epic Games seemingly doesn't have the ability to do that? What's going on there? There must be something really, really wrong with that company. There must be, right? Because otherwise you can't explain this.
This influential, this dominant was just treated like it was something that was untouchable, a machine that would just keep printing money forever. So these guys convinced themselves that this was the model that they needed to follow, the safest bet for the business, the success that every studio should try to copy. And now that illusion is finally starting to crack.
That's dumb.
Now, it was only just a couple weeks ago that Epic announced a roughly 15% increase to V-Bucks, the Fortnite in-game currency. The explanation they gave was that the cost of running Fortnite has gone up and that they needed help raising money to pay the bills. At the time, this just kind of felt like vague posting, but then just 2 weeks later, Epic would announce that they were laying off 1,000 employees and trying to cut another $500 million in operating costs because far fewer players are playing Fortnite. I had to do a double take on this because I thought this was Ubisoft or something like that. The New York Times reported on this in an article titled, Epic Games Lays Off 1,000 Employees Citing Fortnite Slump. They write, the video game company Epic Games is laying off more than 1,000 employees, it said on Tuesday, citing a drop in the amount of time that people are spending playing Fortnite. The downturn in Fortnite engagement that started in 2025 means that we're spending significantly more than we are making. And we have to make major cuts to keep the company funded, Tim Sweeney, the company's chief executive, wrote in a blog post.
How is this game not making a profit? In my eyes, it's impossible it's impossible for that to happen. I mean, how is this company so broken that they can't make a profit out of from Fortnite? How is this even a thing? It has to be a problem from the top. It has to be. What the hell? And also funny that, I'm now wondering, do they make a profit on, licensing out the engine? Does that even make a profit for them? Or is the engine so expensive to make and maintain that that's not making a profit either? That's actually something we should all worry about, because what if Epic Games goes under? Then all of a sudden Unreal Engine is gone. Oh my god, what are all the game studios doing that use that engine? They actually would have to start work on the engine themselves. That would lead to problems.
Layoff, together with over $500 million of identified cost savings in contracting, marketing, and closing some open roles, puts us in a more stable place. The cut represents about 20% of the workforce at Epic Games, a company spokeswoman said. It was the second time in recent years that the company, which is based in North Carolina, had announced major job cuts. In 2023, Epic Games laid off about 830 employees, or about 16% of its workforce, citing lower profit margins for Fortnite. I'm sorry we're here again, Sweeney wrote in his blog post. Some of the challenges Epic Games is facing are problems for the wider video game industry. Sweeney wrote, slower growth, weaker spending, a drop in sales for new video game consoles compared to the previous generation of consoles, and game.
Well, yeah, because the new generation was plagued with problems that didn't even... Well, the problem was AI. AI and scalpers and stuff like that. Or was that the generation before that? I don't even remember. In my head, that all blurs together in a cloud of, oh my god, the world is going to shit. Because we also have to remember that consoles are just AMD machines because they are just running on AMD hardware. You know, just like computers. They are just AMD machines with something else than Windows or Linux on them. At least in case of PlayStation. No idea what OS they are using. Most likely something they created themselves, maybe. I don't know.
Games competing for time against other increasingly engaging forms of entertainment. Despite Fortnite remaining one of the most successful games in the world, we've had challenges delivering consistent Fortnite magic with every season. We're only in the early stages of returning to mobile and optimizing Fortnite for the world's billions of smartphones, Sweeney wrote. Now, I'm not sure what console sales have to do with less people playing Fortnite, a game that you could quite literally play on just about any single device, but he's not wrong about the game struggling to keep up with that Fortnite magic. There was a bump back with that Star Wars crossover they had with the AI Darth Vader that everybody was trying to get to say increasingly deranged shit, but outside of moments like that, the seasonal content just hasn't had the same pull or even the same baseline level of quality. Chapter 7 had a long list of issues: frequent crashes, control problems, movement problems, invisible players, a map design that made it harder to navigate, so people really couldn't see any of the new points of interest that they put into it, and that drop in quality has shown up pretty quick. Circana's Matt Piscatella reported that PlayStation users, who make up 35% of active players, and Xbox users, who make up 31%, saw their playtime fall from 21 hours and 19 hours in 2025 to 16 hours and 15 hours respectively. That
doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. It is. If you know how to math and statistics, that's a big drop.
That is a massive drop, and it reflects the game not only losing time, but also attention and momentum. So what's behind all of this? Well, funny you ask, because it seems like the titan that helped set the trend for live service games has now become the trend chaser themselves. Fortnite has lost a lot of attention to Roblox, and in response to this, Epic has shifted their entire focus and strategy towards user-generated content instead of their own content, which makes their own content suffer as a result of it. Now, creators can go in.
Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that that would happen? With exception of everyone with a brain. I think there's nothing more to say about that, right?
And they can make their own games, and they can monetize those games through cosmetic revenue sharing, something that Tim Sweeney has said has already grown into a $400 million economy. The problem is that those creator earnings are tied directly to where that player is spending their time, whether that's in the core game or in a user-generated experience or a mix of both. So while yes, it is creating revenue, it's also cutting directly into Fortnite's own ecosystem and their own money. This is essentially money that these guys would have been making on their own, but now they're just giving a cut to these creators to hopefully try to grow into something like Roblox. Now, while losing players and
but you saved what? You saved the work power to make the games. So what is the problem here? That shouldn't be a problem. This should just be more money on the money you already make. What is the problem? Is it that you make less money there than people would spend in your game if they hadn't this other game that's just in your game? I mean, what are we talking about here? But then we also have to account for Roblox never having made a profit ever. And yes, Roblox has never made a profit, but it's still around. Why? I don't know. Good question. Because investors pumping money into that company because they think, oh yeah, it's going to make massive amounts of money. But even if they make a massive amount of money, if they don't make a profit, they will still fail. I mean, it's literally just It's elementary school math here. This isn't magic.
Playtime is obviously going to hurt this company. This is still not the real root of their problems. The problem that they have is actually the one that's eating the rest of the industry alive right now, where they were successful, but they just did not build themselves to stay successful. They built themselves to overextend.
Yeah.
I mean, even after cutting 1,000 employees, Epic is still a company with over 4,000 developers split across Unreal Engine and Fortnite, a game that under no circumstances should require that much overhead to be able to sustain itself.
Yeah.
Now, on top of that, Epic has also torched billions of dollars in their lawsuits with Apple and Google, something that I view as an objectively good deed to society. I will give them that, because both of these companies were and largely still are running effective monopolies on their storefronts, but this is a company that is spending increasingly more money, upwards of $4.2 billion a year now, to run a single game, a single engine, and a single storefront. And if I have...
Oh, yeah, okay, I now see where the problem is. Yeah, that's not sustainable. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's not sustainable. I can't see that being sustainable. Especially if no one wants to use their storefront. Why? Because it's trash. It's trash. The last time I've used the Epic Launcher is, I don't know, 3 years ago? And I don't even remember why. For some reason I was there. I don't even have it installed anymore. Oh, right, I don't have it installed because my Windows crashed completely. At the end of last year. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, they have a store no one wants to use. They have an engine that's very complicated, and I can see that it needs a lot of people to build it and maintain it, you know, and fix bugs and stuff like that. Yeah, I can see that. But for Fortnite, a team that huge, why? Why? For what reason? How do they need such a massive team when Grinding G Games has around 1 to 200 people? And they're fine having 2 games. Working on 2 games at the same time. Not at the same time, they're switching up. But they have 2 games. And they make a profit. Man. What's going on in this company? This company is really, really bad. Badly run.
I had to guess which probably cost them the most. Well, it's probably their war with Steam. For years now, Epic has tried and failed to compete with Steam, and Sweeney can go online and he can cry about fairness all he wants, but he is the one that is funding exclusives. He is the one funding free games. He is the one trying to corner a market by cornering its players, by backing a platform whose main strategy has been to give away free games while still missing some of the most basic features that people actually use on Steam. They have basically just been handing out free money to developers and free games to players, and neither one of those has translated into any kind of loyalty from their storefront. From 2019 to 2024, Epic Game Store grew by 173%, but their third-party revenue only grew by 1.6%.
Yeah, why is that? Because number one, no one wants to actually use that thing, and they only get there to get the free games. That's the only reason. Why is that? Because the storefront is just bad. It's badly designed, and it's not catered to benefit the players. It's to benefit, well, selling games on their storefront. That's what that's for. If you would just do this, just do the same thing Blizzard, no, not Blizzard. Do the same thing Valve does. Just make a storefront that's catered to the players. And just do that, and things will go fine. At least better than this. Because this is just failure. You're just failing out of your own stupidity. You're trying to do something it doesn't work the way you want to. It's like bashing your head against a stone wall and thinking, yeah, I'm gonna get through it sometime in the future, right? You won't. If you build a door in it, you can just walk through it. And the door through the wall would be just make that thing cater to the players. Just make it a good thing for the players. But you don't do that because the only thing you see is money. And you forget that the money has to come from somewhere, the people that use your store. But if no one wants to use it because it's bad, then you don't get any money. It's literally just that simple. It's literally just that simple. And you don't get it because you aren't as smart as you think you are. Or you are too smart to understand that. You know, people are like that.
People would show up for the free games and then leave. They just do not want to spend money there.
Yeah, exactly.
Epic really is no different than the rest of the games industry, and these are the people that everybody's been trying to follow. These are the same problems that's been eating away at everybody. They took their eye off the ball. They stopped focusing on the community and the success that they already had. They stopped making other games. They started chasing somebody else's bag, whether that was Roblox or Steam. Doesn't really matter. Now you got this company that's chasing two dragons.
Remember, they have an unfinished version of Unreal Tournament that you can play. It's completely unfinished. It's free. They just have it laying around. Imagine if they would put the Unreal Tournament out and it had the monetization of Fortnite. It had a better on top of everything else that it already has. Might have been successful. Or just for one season, change up how Fortnite looks. Make it look like Unreal Tournament. Put in the weapons from Unreal Tournament. You know, things like that. Could be really cool. But of course, you don't do that because that would actually be something. It would be something. Or why is there no official remake of Unreal? I imagine original Unreal made in Unreal Engine 5. That would actually go hard. Because there are never a lot of enemies in the game at the same time. So you can make it look really awesome and be fun. You can. And actually, one guy is doing exactly that. One guy is doing that. And he's even streaming that process. I think his project is called Unreal Redux. He's recreating Unreal. Great. Awesome. Can't wait for that thing to be finished, and then I will play it. Gonna be cool. But why does Epic doesn't do that? Because they don't care. They just don't care. They don't actually make games. This isn't really a game. It's a storefront with a game in it. At least that's how I see it at this point.
At the exact same time, and they're not going to catch either one of them. They're burning tons of cash, and they should have just stayed focused on protecting what they already built. But now here they are, falling apart at the first sign of trouble. I am shocked more people aren't talking about this. This is such an important development. This is such a massive deal. I don't think people understand just how valuable of a lesson this is for the rest of the industry. I mean, for years now, we've had executives...
But will they learn from it? Will they learn? The people in the East, maybe. The West, no. I think the majority of the developers in the West and the people that run studios are so retarded, they will not learn from that at all.
Executives and investors talk about Fortnite like it's some golden goose, like it's a cheat code for the games industry. If they just copied it if they just did what they did, if they just monetized it and built it the way that they built their game, then they would be able to make so much money that they would become immune to their own problems. They would just be able to spend past their mistakes because there's always going to be more money on the other side.
Yeah.
Fortnite floundering, it losing relevance right now, this was always going to happen. This is just the reality for every game that will ever come out because, well, things just lose relevance over time. Less people become interested in it. It's not really the fault of the game in some cases, though I definitely think it's actually the fault of their game right now. But, you know, them losing money, them losing relevance right now, it shows the industry that live service, no matter how successful, cannot make up for bad spending, for lack of quality, for ignoring the audience that you already have.
Exactly, and we see that all the time. And hello, Emily. We see that with World of Warcraft. Where else? Call of Duty, Battlefield, Mass Effect. Oh my god, Mass Effect. So there's a TV show in development of Mass Effect, and guess what? They will write it in a way where they completely ignore gamers. They completely ignore games. Oh yeah, we don't care about gamers. We want an audience that is not the people that play the game. And that's how you know the show will fail. It will fail tremendously. Just like the Warcraft movie failed. They made the Warcraft movie and they wanted to appeal to people that don't play the game. And guess what? The movie failed. That's why there's only one movie. And the movie isn't even that good. It's not that good. It's actually... one of the most interesting things about the Warcraft movie is that you care more about the CGI characters in this movie than you care about the real people. Because the real people are... There's nothing there to actually care about. While for the orcs, they are literally the main protagonists of the entire movie. And they're completely CGI. I also don't understand why they would make the movie not completely CGI. That was most likely the biggest mistake they made. Not having the entire movie being CGI, only 95%. And it's so bad. The entire movie looks like a cinematic in World of Warcraft, you know, at the beginning of a new expansion. That's what the CGI looks like. And it's great. But then you put that in contrast with there being actual people. It just takes you out. It just looks retarded. It just looks dumb. They should have never made that. They should have gone full balls to the wall. This is for the Warcraft fans. Completely CGI. And that thing would have been way better. Way, way better. Could have been the best animated movie of the year. But no. They made it shit. Like always. That's what they always do. Always, always, always. Oh boy. It's really bad. It's really bad.
This is one of the biggest games in the world, proving that they can't even get away with it. These companies do not know how to protect their audiences. Either that or they're just not interested in it. They're way too busy trying to chase somebody else's. And, you know, now you have one of the biggest games in the entire world that just got caught doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
That should be a warning. Like there's no other way to cut that. The question is whether or not this is something that the industry will hear, whether or not this is something that they can recover from, whether or not, let's say it does convince them, whether they even have enough time to be able to go back on this. According to one analyst, they're already out of time.
Which wouldn't surprise me at all. At all. Yeah, what I would expect.
In the last half of that New York Times article, they pivoted to a market analyst where they write Joost van Duren, a market analyst and professor at New York University, said that Fortnite must compete for attention not only with popular games like Roblox, but also with social media companies like TikTok and short-form videos on YouTube and other platforms. Its problems, he says, are part of a broader shift in the industry, which is growing more in China than it is in the United States.
Yeah.
We're witnessing in real time the decline of American cultural dominance in gaming, Van Duren said. One of these landmarks, like Fortnite, is starting to feel the burn as the consumer entertainment industry is slowly moving from west to east in its financial gravity point. Oh man, I don't think I have ever.
Yeah, which would not happen if, people would have had families and, would actually create things that are worth a damn. Because that worked just fine in the past. Remember The Lord of the Rings? Huge success worldwide. Why? Because it was created by an awesome guy. Something awesome was created by an awesome guy. Oh, who could have guessed? While all the people that create modern slop are all horrible people. They are all horrible people. You just can't go and look at what they are saying and doing. They are just horrible people. That's why the products they produce are also horrible.
Felt more vindicated. I am outclassing a New York University professor. How about that, guys? Talk about a step up in the world. I've been screaming about this for the better part of 2 years on YouTube. And this is really getting to the heart of the two biggest problems for the Western games industry. First, that they can't hold on to the audiences that they already have. And second, more and more of those audiences are starting to drift east. Now, I've talked about this in other videos, but this situation has only gotten worse year after year. Honestly, I don't even know if I should really even call it a problem at this point, because us players have definitely been benefiting from a lot of this competition in a huge way. But Eastern publishers have slowly but surely been chipping away at the player bases of these giant Western companies for years now, and it's gotten to the point where the foundation is starting to crack and these guys are falling through. Now, I'm going to give you guys a couple of examples because it shows just how much things have changed in just a relatively short amount of time. If I asked you guys, who do you think the king of open world RPGs are? I would guess that most of you guys would probably pipe up with
open world RPGs? Well, at the moment it would be, I would say, Crimson Desert. I mean, what else would it be? I can't see anything else that there is. And before that, it would have been most likely Elden Ring. Oh, right, yeah. There's literally no open world RPG from the West that I know of at all.
From software, just because of Elden Ring. Hell, people who don't even play their games would probably assume it's them. Then, for me, at least right behind that, it would be stuff like Neo 2 and 3, and now Crimson Desert, which just kind of came out of nowhere and seems to just get better and better the more that you play it. But rewind that clock about 10 years, and the first name that comes to mind out of any
The Witcher 3, I would guess.
Anybody's mouth is going to be Bethesda. They were once the defining studio in the industry.
Yeah, but that's more than a decade ago. More than a decade. Bethesda? Wait, Bethesda? Did you say Bethesda or BioWare?
Gonna be Bethesda.
Bethesda. Bethesda haven't made a good game since Skyrim. And even that game was completely buggy. Now they have released, they've published good games that actually work, and are fun. But they aren't made by Bethesda. Bethesda hasn't made a good game in almost 20 years. Almost 20 years.
They were once the defining studio in the industry. Now they're a company that takes 12 years to release a game that is so far off the mark that the only thing people can offer these guys is skepticism or a bunch of videos making fun of them on YouTube. Now, the funny thing is that I don't even think that Starfield is the main problem here. The real problem is that it took them 12 years to make that shitty game. In that same time that it took Bethesda...
I don't believe for a second that that game took 12 years to make. Not a second. The game is way too bad, with the exception of the spaceship building thing. That's the only exception that it's actually good. Everything else in the game is just bad. I mean, look at the design of this. Just the design of these dancers is horrible. And then in general, the graphics are horrendous. But that's just the engine. If you run a game on an engine that's over 20 years old, it will look like shit unless you know what you're doing. And they don't even know what they are doing. The problem is they try to make their games look realistic, while the engine can't compete with anything that's on the market that, yeah, you would have better results doing that. Literally, original Doom looks better than this because it doesn't try to look realistic. It has an art style to it. This doesn't have art style to it. It's just ugly. It's just ugly.
To make one game, an entirely new generation of players has grown up. A whole new customer base came in barely knowing these guys other than just being the studio that keeps re-releasing Skyrim. And in that same stretch of time, we got Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Elden Ring. We got The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077. We got Neo 1, 2, and 3. We have a long list of RPGs that came in, took mindshare, took attention, and built fandoms of their own. And if you zoom out across the entire industry, outside of maybe first-person shooters and sports games, the Western industry has damn near surrendered every single genre to Eastern studios.
Yes.
They didn't just lose relevance. These guys gave it away years ago. They stopped innovating. They kept making the same thing. They took forever to be able to make their games, and they abandoned genres outright.
Yes. And going back to Starfield, just one thing. Why would I play Starfield if I could play No Man's Sky? A way superior game. Older, looks better, has more content. Way more content. And I can get it on sale for, I don't know, 25, 30 bucks if I want to. A way better game.
And every year they did that, more player interest just consolidated somewhere else. Now, China is entering into the picture in a way big way. And all this is doing is just making things worse for the West. Now you have this audience with an enormous scale. They have low labor costs and a market that honestly seems a lot more interested in just focusing on gameplay rather than all of the extra baggage that Western publishers just keep piling onto their games. And that is a serious threat to these companies that are already moving way too slow and spending way too much money. I mean, guys, just look at the most beloved games this year so far. You got Neo 3, Resident Evil 9, Crimson Desert, Pokemon Pokopia, Mugenics, Slay the Spire 2, Monster Hunter Stories. 2 of those games are Western. They're both indie games. The rest are all Eastern. These guys are so cooked. Now, what makes matters even worse is that much of this industry's growth has been coming from Chinese players. People who, by and large, just do not care about Western games, largely because they probably can't even run them. Go look at their Steam reviews. Half of them are just about performance. But when something...
Yeah, which is a huge problem. A huge problem. If all your games run on Unreal Engine, yeah, you need a good PC for that. You just do. Unless the game is very well optimized, very well, which most aren't, because the developers don't know how to do that. Which is also why the games run like trash. It's just how things go. Literally.
Does hit with that audience, it explodes. Black Myth Wukong sold over 10 million copies in just 3 days. Slay the Spire 2 sold 3 million copies in 3 days, and 43% of those sales came from China. And if you want to see where the center of gravity is shifting, go look at the most played games in China right now. Counter-Strike, Dota 2, PUBG. That is the top 3 played games on Steam. I don't think that people are taking this seriously. This is not just about sales. This isn't about missing a quarter or having a disappointing launch. These guys are losing the habit. They are losing the default position that they used to have for entire genres. That's the part that people are not fully processing here. When players stop looking at you first, when your name stops carrying the same weight, when you have new generations of players that are growing up to be excited about somebody else's game instead of your own, you're not fixing that with a trailer, a patch, or a live service game. You are irrelevant.
Let me just think about what are Western companies, game companies, where I would be excited for them to make a new game and bring it out? Valve. Does New Zealand count as the West? Well, they already brought it out. So Path of Exile 1 and 2, so grinding jig games. Yeah, that's literally it. Valve and grinding jig games. I don't care about any other companies because there's none. There's literally none. I can't think of any Western gaming companies where I would go, oh my god, yes, this is going to be awesome. Now, I look forward to some games coming from Western developers, but they are indie developers, or at least small developers. For example, I'm looking forward to the RTS called Dorf, which Dorf is an acronym, but it also a word in German, which means village. Funny. I'm looking forward to that art. I have no idea when this is going to come out at all. So I'm just waiting until it's coming out, and then I will play it, most likely. And, well, yeah, that's literally it. But I also have to say that I'm not looking forward to games from outside of the West. I haven't heard of any game coming from the East that oh yeah, I want to play this, definitely 100%. Might just be age, or that I don't know about games. Both things might be true at the same time. Because I kind of got out of the hobby. I'm not as extreme anymore. Because, age. That's what happens if you get older. And more settled in your ways. You don't really care about the new shiny thing anymore. Especially if the new shiny thing is just not as good as the shiny thing that you had in the past. Oh my god. I mean, perfect example for that is the Terminator series of movies. The first two Terminator movies, everyone agrees on them being amazing. They were amazing. The first one being a low-budget film for $6 million back then. The second one being one of the most successful movies of all time. And the greatest sequel to a movie of all time. Because back in the day, having a sequel to a movie, the sequel is always bad. The movies always get worse than the first one, the original. Terminator 2 was the exact opposite. It was better than the first one. It was tremendously good. I only prefer the first one to the because it's so rough. I like that more. I like the setting more and all of that. That's the only reason. And then Terminator 3 came out, and I watched it actually in theaters, and it was okay. It was not okay sci-fi movie, it was okay. And then the movies just got worse. Worse. And the last two or three Terminator movies lost money. Imagine that. Terminator was a cultural phenomenon in the 80s and 90s, especially in the 90s. It was everywhere. Everyone knew about it. And now, no one cares. That's how bad it got.
Western publishers have now spent years trying to engineer success from the outside in. More money, more developers, more management, more systems, more monetization, more market research, more trend chasing, more how do we capture this audience, more how do we increase our engagement. Everything is built around extracting a bigger result instead of just creating a stronger product. So what comes out on the other side is just going to feel hollow again and again. Expensive, polished, maybe technically impressive, sure, but ultimately hollow because you guys do not care about the product itself. You can feel when a game is built by people that are trying to build something that players love, and you can feel when something is built by people that are trying to secure a return.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, a lot of these games that are actually pulling players right now understand a much simpler truth. Just make a good game, make a fun game, make something with a strong identity, a clear fantasy. Momentum really matters right now. Make something that people are going to be immediately excited to talk about. That's what you want to do. Not every single Eastern game is doing this. Not every indie game is doing this, but enough of these guys are doing it that it's becoming impossible to ignore. Players want a game that feels like they know what they are rather than these games that come out that are still trying to figure out who they're being made for. They want games that commit. They want games that are confident in themselves. And in the West, for a long time now, that's just not been the case. That's why Fortnite stumbling matters so much right now. This was the untouchable one. This was the golden goose that every single executive treated like it was the blueprint. Everybody wanted one of these games. And now that even that is cracking, even that Fortnite is now proving that you can't outrun weak direction, overspending, and a drifting audience forever, that should be the lesson. These guys need to learn from it. You cannot fix this industry by chasing the next dragon. You can only fix it by remembering why players showed up.
Remember, I did a video about live service games and how the industry is doing. And it's here. It's here. Come on. It's why is this even here? Stupid. Where was it? Here. It's here. And I showed, I made a list as the German I am, and I wrote down all the live service games that I could find that came out since the beginning of 2024. And half of them failed. Half of them failed. And if half of these games failed, but some of them are still running and alive, but I don't know how because the player numbers are so low. And that's just from the last 2 years. And now Fortnite is not making a profit. That should tell you everything about live service games.
Epic is essentially just doing the exact same thing as every single other game publisher right now. They're just chasing everybody else's tails. They're running out of ideas. Either that or they are just so fixated on somebody else's money, on somebody else's audience that they just can't get it off their mind. So the only thing that they focus on is, well, user-generated content, retention, metrics, whatever it is. We have to think about the attention economy. No, you don't. You need to think about trying to make a better game. This is what I mean about these guys being focused on trying to extract a bigger result rather than just trying to make a better product. Funny thing is, better products sell. Yeah. When you look across the industry, do you look at a lot of these games that are just absolutely crushing it right now and also crushing our wallet as a result of it?
Yeah.
The reason why these games are doing so well is because that is their only fixation. They only care about trying to make the best game that they probably can. They're not worried about trying to reach for somebody else's audience or somebody else's money. No, these guys realize that that is a byproduct. You reach that goal by getting to it through the audience that you have and through the success that you find. It's all about just making a better product with no detours. The reason why a lot of these Eastern games have been doing so well over the past couple of years is I think it's because these guys just don't have the time to be able to worry about anything else.
Yeah.
A lot of these companies that are coming in are either fresh to the industry or they're breaking into new genres or new markets. So what ends up happening is they don't really care about things like retention or anything like that. The only thing that they care about is whether or not they can get you to show up. They'll figure out everything else after the fact. So that's what they're building these games for. They're building these games so you at least show up. And I think that's kind of one of the most important lessons of all, is that a lot of these companies got away from building games that people show up for. You know, need us to be there first before you start trying to take our money, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know if any of these guys are going to be able to learn from this. It's like a two-sided thing. Like
they can't. that needs intelligence. And one example where success is there is again Grinding G Games. They know their niche where they are making the game for. If additional people come in and play it, they are happy about it. But they don't develop the game just to get new players. Now in Path of Exile 2, they try to get new players into the game, but not by sacrificing their old players. They want to have both. Satisfying old players and getting new players at the same time by just making a good game. Now you can argue that, oh my god, they failed. They didn't. They have some problems, but they didn't fail. I mean, it's a live service game. They just continue working on it. Just like they continue working on Path of Exile 1, which has a fan base, a consistent player base. People show up, they like the game, and that's just how it is. And they wanna and hopefully will do the same for Path of Exile 2. I mean, I have played every season of Path of Exile 2 so far. And yeah, I didn't regret it. I didn't regret spending 500, almost $600 on Grinding G Games. And yes, Grinding G Games, not Path of Exile 1 or 2, because that's combined. I gave that company around $600, I think, for 12 or 14 years of playing their games. Yeah, I think that's fair. I spent more money on World of Warcraft, and there I actually regret spending that money, because damn, that game kind of ruined my life. Not good. Not in a good way. Just not good.
One, are they actually ever going to be able to learn from any of these issues? And then two, is there actually enough time for a lot of these guys to be able to do so? I think, after all the layoffs that we've seen over the past couple of years, I think that there's going to be something more drastic that's going to hit probably soon. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. I don't know who it's all going to hit. It's probably going to hit basically every single one of these companies. They've been taking so many financial losses, massive financial losses for a while, that it's too much to ignore. It's too much for their shareholders to ignore. And you're just going to see this mass displacement of talent. You're going to see people.
Fun fact, Sony has not released one successful live service game. And they had 6 in the workings, when I remember correctly. Or they had 12 in the workings and shut down 6 before they even released. And the ones that released, they all failed. The last one, Marathon. By the way, Marathon. How about Marathon? How is Marathon doing? By the way, Arc Raiders is not doing great. Not doing great. I literally made a video about that yesterday. But how is the Marathon doing? Yeah. Yesterday, 35,000. I've seen yesterday below 10,000 people. I think even below 9,000. So yeah, Marathon is done. Marathon is completely done. How's Destiny doing? Destiny 2. How is Destiny 2 doing? Oh. Even worse than Marathon. Even worse than Marathon. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? Yeah. Now, if you want to be very, very critical, let's go Path of Exile 1. Because there's a season running right now. You go for 1 month, 3 months. Yeah, it's down, very down. That's normal. That's a normal cycle. The last one did the same. The 2 last ones did the same. That's just normal. It's a little more steep than over there, but that's fine. How is Path of Exile 2 doing? most likely worse. 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Damn, it's almost 6 months ago when it came out. On December 12th? Oh my god. Yeah, I really hope they have. Damn. Yeah, but that's also normal. It will, when the next season comes out, that it will go up again. Most likely higher than the Druid League. Because they will have the new end game in it, hopefully, if everything goes right.
We'll just all over the place. A ton of indie studios, probably some of these Eastern studios are also going to pick up some of these guys as well. It's not like there aren't talented developers at some of these Western companies. Just the problem is they just have horrible leadership.
Yes.
Really some of the worst, most misguided leadership in the entire industry.
Because they're crazy. A lot of these people are just crazy. Literally.
So, I don't know, man. Live service is definitely not the answer. That's not to say that live service games can't be good or that you can't make one. The problem is
remember, in the team that made Concord, I think it was Concord, yes. There was a person there. You had to call them professor. They weren't a professor, but we had to call them because they said that, I don't know, they identify as that, and HR went with it because, of course, HR went with it. People in HR are just as crazy as these people. Yeah, I can see that person ever getting a job in any Eastern developer studio.
Is that when you think it's the answer to all of your problems, you need to have a better plan than that. A lot of these guys don't. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below. Let me know what you guys think of what's going on here. Are you celebrating the fall of a giant?
Yes.
Kind of, a little bit.
Yes.
Share it on social media. Share it with your friends. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. Peace.
Family.
Good video.
Family.
Good video. That goes scale. Because I reacted to it. Oh boy. That was something. That was something. Oh. Ow. Oh boy. Oh boy. They got their way of doing things. Uh-oh.
They got their way of doing things.
So someone asked me if this is the same hand I use to eat. After touching the cow dung, do I still use my hands to eat? Of course, yes. I use my hands. What else did you expect me to use?
They got their way of doing.
Well, yeah, duh. She has to. I think it's very, very interesting how Westerners look at other cultures and just don't understand that they are different. They work completely differently. It's incredible how much they can't understand that. Please don't follow guides like this. Uh-oh.
Somebody was like, man, I'm playing this Totem Explode build and it's really shit. I have everything. Honestly, I'm convinced they bought gear for money. I'm convinced. There's no way. Because he had literally all the gear from the guide, but he didn't have the Crucible Totem Explode mod. And he was like, oh, you need that? I was like, you have like 30 divines worth of gear. Somebody was like, man, I'm playing this Totem Explode build.
Are you sure you don't want to go down to the hospital and get checked out? Yeah, I feel fine. I mean, he literally just let off his brake and tapped my rear end. All right, I just need you to sign this refusal form, okay? Hey, Mike, were you in a car accident? Oh, yeah, but I'm not injured. Are you sure? Because the lawyers on TV said they can get you $10,000 for neck pain. No. You know, I think my neck really hurts. Seriously? Are you sure you don't want to go down to the hospital and get checked out?
Funny. The funny thing about this is that I've been in neck pain for 2 years. About 2 years here. And not with an accident. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. Now or never. Okay, I'm gonna get me something new to drink. Because I have to. My throat is all messed up. That's what she said. Or he, I mean, gays and stuff like that. And then you're gonna watch some more stuff while we at it. I'm back. She came and went back. Great. She completely missed where I made the video about BBs. So I got me a hot tea and some cookies. Very, very healthy. What did we wanted to do? We wanted to do something. Oh no. Oh? Oh, we have a react?
Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions.
That was literally nothing. Literally nothing. Even my shorts are better. Why is this again here? We had that earlier. Why is this again here? By the way, great pose. I wonder if those jugs are real. And yes, I just called them jugs. Sue me. Oh no. Oh no. Guys, whenever you see a woman with tattoos, you run. She gonna kill you. The Linus tech tip situation is out of touch. What's going on? I'm not gonna watch the Tecton video, but if I do, I gonna...
The Linus Tech Tips situation is bad. Mine will probably be the Linus Tech Tips situation is horrible. But Linus Tech Tips, the last time I ever heard him get in trouble was when he said the hard R live on stream. Retarded.
When I started to explore that one aircraft that...
Okay. I guess we
When I started to explore that...
We gotta watch this video. Because why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we watch this video? Hopefully this is going to be fun.
One aircraft that I was like, this is shockingly affordable.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What?
One aircraft that I was like, this is shockingly affordable.
Assault Falcon 900B costs 5.63 million. To be fair, you're buying an airplane. That's quite affordable.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have breaking news for you. This might be the first time this has ever happened. A popular influencer who once said that they were against something that they likely thought they would never have the opportunity to experience, something that it's the popular opinion to be against, has now completely changed their mind once they realize that they do, in fact, have the funds to experience that thing. Have we ever seen this?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, some good YouTuber drama. I feel like it's been a while since anything juicy yet still fun to talk about has come across my desk. Seems like most of the things we've talked about involving YouTubers recently has not really so much so been drama, but instead just horrible or depressing shit.
Why is it all gold? Gold, white, and black? That looks horrible. This looks not great. And look how small this plane is. There's the cockpit, and they're already here. And it's not very wide.
So, nice change of pace. Recently, Linus Tech Tips, one of the biggest tech YouTubers on the planet, has recently found himself in a bit of hot water because he bought a private jet. And a lot of his audience is not super happy. Now, if you've been keeping up with Linus and how the internet has sort of been viewing him recently, you might already understand why that might be. But if you don't, there's some extra context that you should know. I'll try and fill you in real quick. This video is mainly going to be focusing on Linus's video where he actually reveals the jet because, oh my god, it's just so uniquely bad, even if you don't know any of this shit, but you should still know it. So basically, there seems to be two main things that are fanning this flame, beyond...
Here we go. I hope this is good. And yes, we are just watching it for the drama. Just just drama farming. Because why not?
The fact that most people can't really find you all that relatable anymore after you buy a private jet, and also a lot of people just have personal issues with private jet use. And those two things are, one, Linus is on the record himself saying that he doesn't really agree with private jet usage. Like, for example, he said this about Taylor Swift.
Taylor gets a lot of shit for her private jet use.
Or jet travel, okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that there is... personally, I don't fly private. I don't even fly first class. So, you know, I kind of look at private air travel and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't seem great. You know, the sheer amount of fuel consumption. So I have my own thoughts on private travel. I don't feel it's necessary for me in any kind of security way. And I'm not super keen on it. I don't think it's great for the world.
And two, there's a bit of controversy.
I agree with the statements. Private jets are completely bullshit. I disagree with the first class. I would love to only fly first class. By the way, I never flew in my entire life. Ever. The closest I came to an airplane was when I brought people to an airport. And it wasn't even me bringing them. I was a kid. I was put into the car. Yeah, we bring these people to the airport now. Because I couldn't be left alone for, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours.
Surrounding how his employees are paid, with the most famous example coming from a longtime former employee of Linus Tech Tips named Jake Tivy, who publicly left the company and then made a video explaining his decision, with one of the main reasons being his compensation, with him saying, and I quote, "You kind of start thinking while you're working on your boss's third house, if you're ever going to be able to buy a house." So those are the two main things, and I'm sure you can probably understand why those two particular issues might make the fact that you just bought a private jet look a little bit worse than it might otherwise. But again, like I mentioned earlier, just the video alone where they reveal this private jet, the way it's framed, the way it's handled, is just kind of bad. There are some real questionable moments, and I can see why it's kind of splitting up his audience. So we're going to take a look at this video, kind of form our own opinions, and go from there. Let's begin. Please subscribe.
So the April Fool's wasn't a joke? We actually bought a jet?
What started as a meme on WAN show when I discovered that a jet-propelled aircraft is not as expensive as I initially thought. I'm serious.
Okay.
Even Luke was shocked. So I started exploring various options, and my uncle's in...
This airplane is small. It is small. It's not huge.
Aviation, and has been for many years on the pilot side, mechanical side, and operations side.
Okay.
So when I started to explore that one aircraft that I was like, this is shockingly affordable.
Okay, so right off the bat, and really this is my main gripe with the video, I feel like Linus is being extremely disingenuous throughout this entire thing. Calling any form of private jet travel affordable is fucking laughable. No, look, I'm not gonna play stupid.
Well, it is affordable if you have the money for it. I mean, it's just like bread being affordable. Yeah, it's affordable for you. Doesn't mean everyone has the money for it. Especially if you're homeless, you know. Eating a steak is affordable if you have the money for it. I don't know, having a house in a garden is affordable if you have the money for it. It always is a question of what you are talking about, you know, what are the, you know, it's, things sometimes are complicated. But yes, flying in a private jet is a rich people thing.
Understand what he's probably trying to say here, which is, hey, it's not a $70 million Gulfstream, but saying it's shockingly affordable might be one of the most out-of-touch things I've ever heard a YouTuber say.
So because of the non-disclosure agreement that we signed in order to purchase it,
okay,
like this whole world, this very closed door,
yeah,
I can't actually tell you how much I paid. But what I can tell you is that if you Google it, it's less than that. And the second thing that I can tell you is that with a little bit of girl math, $0. I would have been crazy not to buy it.
All right, so this is where we really get into the kind of bullshit I'm talking about.
So this is a business expense. I guess that's what it is. I guess. That's my guess, yes. Business expense. They will get a tax return for the jet.
Again, trying to say that you are spending $0, that you're losing money if you don't buy a private jet is unfucking believable. Also, the whole if you Google it, it's less than that thing sounds kind of silly to me. Oh, it's not the exact number you threw up on screen? Oh my goodness, it's almost like that's how buying any vehicle is. They're all kind of priced differently. No, but like seriously, once he starts to explain what he means by it cost $0, it just gets real eye-rolly for me. Like, I don't think I've mentioned this yet, but the title of the video where they reveal the plane is "The Gamer Jet is Real and it cost $0. Like, whatever, dude.
The engines were all on a service program from the previous owner that entitles you to completely refurbish them to effectively 0 hours brand new once they reach end of life. All 3 of those were done right before we purchased it. It's effectively brand new from an engine standpoint. Each of those refurbishments is worth anywhere from $1.1 to $1.2 million.
Each? And there's 3 of them?
The jet was also in for a 12-year service. And because my uncle's a shrewd negotiator, he put together a purchase contract for us where it was guaranteed that once it came out of that 12-year service, it was at Dassault specification. That 12-year service effectively cost as much or more than the rest of our purchase price.
Wow.
So what you're saying is you got the plane for free?
So when I'm done with it, with the condition that it's in, with some of the special features that it has, for example, it is one of the few 900Bs on Earth that has a medevac kit. When it's time to divest of this thing, I should be able to get back what I paid and maybe even the bulk of what I spent operating it.
Okay, so to me, this seems like an extremely optimistic claim, especially if you're familiar with what it costs to operate, maintain, insure, and store a private jet. Now, obviously, I'm not like an expert in shit like this, but basic intuition and also...
You can't just have that thing stay in your front yard. That's not how this works. You have to have at least a place on an airport that you rent where that is, or even a hangar, which yes, is a place on an airport. I'm very aware. I'm just saying, is it in a building, a hangar, or outside? Very different things.
Like from the research I could gather, this just seems like normal aircraft purchase procedure. From what I can tell, it is just normal to service your airplane in this kind of manner before you sell it, because if you don't, just like if you were selling a car that needed a major maintenance, you have to price that into the sales price. So I mean, he's the one who just bought the private jet, he probably knows a lot more about this than I do, but he could easily spend $1 million a year operating this jet. I don't really understand like where the idea is coming from that he's going to be able to make all of his money back. I don't think it'd be a stretch to say that he could make back what he bought the plane for, but to recoup a bulk of his operating costs, I don't see how that could be possible. Also, and maybe I'm just projecting here a bit, but I've made some purchases that I probably shouldn't have made in hindsight, and if I'm being honest with myself, this is how I always talked about them right after I made them, trying to convince myself and the people around me that it was the best purchase I could have ever made in my life. Do I know that's what Linus is doing? No, but to me, it sounds like something I've done before.
And I know that you were very opposed to the jet in the lead up to this.
I was very vocal against it.
But the way that the math works, it's a little bit of cash flow tied up, but we're not actually spending any money, which is so cool.
Okay, so I mean, like, again, I would really, really, really like to see this so-called math to where you are owning a fucking private jet and taking your family to Cabo in it, but you're somehow not spending any money. Like,
they do something taxes. It's always coming down to that. It's always the taxes. And I don't mean taxes, you know, the state. I mean taxes. Man, the Canadian government surely loves rich people and doesn't give a fuck about, you know, everyone else.
Seriously, unless there's just something he's not telling us, which he did say there was an NDA, this just doesn't make any sense. Private jet travel is the most expensive form of travel on the planet. Beyond like using a fucking super yacht, I guess, but nobody uses those to actually travel like that. It just doesn't seem like this could be possible.
I assumed that jet fuel would be inordinately expensive. It turns out that it's actually really similar to kerosene.
Okay.
And doesn't really cost that much more than regular fuel.
How much does it store, though?
It's just the sheer volume of it that you go through.
Okay.
With that said, I'm starting a family vlog. That'll be coming soon. And the first episode is going to be a trip to Cabo, where I treated mine and Yvonne's families. When we factor in that the fuel coming back from Mexico was half as much.
Have you seen his son? His son is ripped. Jesus. Good for him.
Much as we paid to go down,
Good looking dude.
It actually cost less than buying like a first class ticket for everyone.
Okay, gonna go ahead and retract my statement earlier that him saying that private jet travel is shockingly affordable is the most tone-deaf thing I've ever heard a YouTuber say. This now holds the crown. Like, I'm sorry, but what was the expected reaction here? Oh, Linus, you should have led with this. The fuel that it costs to take 2 entire families on your private jet to a different country costs less than it would to just put them in first class? Well, now that you put it that way, why don't we all just get one? Like,
well, to be fair, everyone would rather fly first class than not if they had the money. Everyone. I don't want to sit back there with screaming babies and stuff like that. Or Karens. Oh, Jesus, no Karens, please.
holy shit, dude. First of all, this means literally nothing because fuel does not even account for like half of your operating cost to get a plane somewhere. It's usually like 30 to 40%. And 2, first class tickets are expensive as fuck. I put in some random dates, and for 8 first class tickets, which I feel like is a safe, if not low assumption to how many people would go, when you say you took 2 different families, from Vancouver to Cabo is 20 grand. I found a fuel calculator online, and while it's probably not perfect, it estimates that it would cost you about $14,000 to $16,000 in fuel to get from Vancouver to Cabo and back. Which, I mean, like, I guess if you just had to get to Cabo and your only other option was first class and you only had to pay for fuel, yeah, I guess if you ignore the fact that you had to buy a $5 million airplane for that to even be an option, sure, you're saving money, but that's not the actual story. Like I said, fuel only accounts for about 40% of your operating cost when flying an airplane, which if you're paying 15 grand in fuel, and that's 40% of your total cost, that means that his actual cost to get his plane to Vancouver, to Cabo, and back was really probably about $35,000 to $40,000. And that's
Jesus.
just to get there. So I mean, like, it feels very disingenuous.
Just so you know, we just go with $35,000. I could live off that for almost 3 years. Almost 3 years. About 2.5 years, maybe a couple months more. And I wouldn't be starving at all. For me, that would be luxurious living.
To be like, oh, well, I mean, fuel is technically cheaper than the most expensive plane ticket you could buy, so we're saving money. No, you're not. You've got to pay the pilots, you've got to pay insurance, you've got to pay the countries that you're flying into, over, and out of to be in their airspace. You've got to account for the engine hours you're adding to the plane. He was real happy about the fact that somebody else paid that $1 million per engine for the overhaul. If one single engine overhaul cost $1 million, imagine how expensive the cost is to operate that engine per flight hour. Spoiler alert, it's a lot. Like, look, personally, I don't really agree with it, but I can't make myself lose sleep over every single super rich guy who buys a private jet. If I did, I don't think I'd ever sleep again. So I mean, like, if this guy really wants to buy a private jet, I'm not going to be picketing outside of his office. But what I do think is pretty shitty is buying a private jet because you want one. Obviously, nobody gets in the fucking market for a private plane unless you...
Oh, wait. I just saw the writing. Ausgang zum Öffnen drücken. That's German. The translation is literally below that. Exit, push to open. Is that from a German manufacturer? It would be funny.
just really want one, and then going onto your YouTube channel being like, oh, well, it actually didn't cost me $1. It's super cheap. It's super affordable. Like, just to be honest, like, come on, you're buying fucking private planes. You've kind of lost like, oh, I'm just one of you guys look. Just to be honest, it's more respectable. It makes you look better. Trying to frame this in a way where you're like, look, if you only consider one expense, this is basically cheaper than taking my family on a nice vacation. Is pretty questionable. Yeah. Okay.
I feel it's a good time to talk about this.
Whoa.
Another major maintenance cost center on aircraft is the landing gear. So rough landings, total landings, and time all contribute to how often this stuff needs to be overhauled and checked. Well, guess what? As part of my girl math $0 plane, all 3 were completely redone months ago as part of a 12-year check. I'm talking the whole plane goes up on struts or on donor landing gear. They completely take apart the whole thing, new seals, new everything, new anti-skid, make sure everything's working perfectly, and they throw it back on. So, once again, when we go to divest of this asset, business term for flip this, someone is basically buying a turnkey, ready to go 900.
So again, like, Linus, you are the one who got the turnkey plane. You are the one who bought the plane with all the service that had just been done to it. Are the services that you'll have to do when you sell this plane going to be as major as the ones that the previous owner had to do before you bought it? No, but again, it just kind of feels like he's being disingenuous when he's explaining how much this plane is going to cost him and how much he's going to be able to make back once he sells it. Dude is literally explaining how like every part of this plane had to be rebuilt before he bought it, and is seemingly like, yeah, but that's not going to happen to me. And I mean, yeah, it's not going to, because he's not going to put thousands of flight hours onto this plane before he sells it, but he will be flying it. So he will absolutely have to do major maintenance between now and the time he sells it, and likely some stuff to actually get it sold. I mean, like, come on, dude, do you really think that somebody did millions of dollars worth of maintenance out of the goodness of their own heart? No, it's because nobody would have bought it if they didn't. I don't know, it just seems to me like he's overstating like how much money he's made off the fact that the plane...
The thing is, the previous owner wanted to get rid of that thing because having it costs more money than repairing it. So the repairs were made so he could sell it. So he would save money from just having it. Because it's standing somewhere, which has to be paid, and insurance, which has to be paid. You get what I mean? So even if he sells that thing on a loss, he's saving a bunch of money. So the previous owner just wanted to get rid of it and get as much money out of it as he could while doing it. That's what's going on here. Nothing more, nothing less.
Plane had a massive service before he bought it. I mean, it's just like anything mechanical. Every time you use the plane, you are just working towards that having to happen again. I don't know, maybe I'm just misunderstanding him, but to me, it sort of seems like he's overstating the value that he's received from this plane being serviced right before he bought it, and kind of understating the fact that it would have had to have been done anyways. Like, from the way I'm understanding this, he's kind of treating this service as like something he's going to be able to extract from the purchase price and like make back almost, when from the way I understand this kind of stuff, it's all priced in. Planes have to have this shit done. Regulations are completely different. It's not like a car where you can just ignore getting an oil change for 20,000 miles. You have to do these things for these planes to be illegal to fly. This stuff is priced in, and I feel like he's treating it like it's not for his audience. Anyways, the rest of the video is just them touring the plane pretty much. Not a whole lot more to do with my main gripe, which again is me just thinking that he's sort of being disingenuous with his audience on purpose. And I don't know, I'm interested to see how this plays out in the long term. Like I mentioned earlier, it seems like this has his audience pretty much split. A lot of people feel very strongly about private jet usage, and I mean, for good reason. It's literally like the worst thing you could do as an individual for the environment beyond like owning a super yacht. It's one of those things where if you're like regularly chartering a private jet, and especially if you just outright own one, you've kind of got to admit to yourself that you are prioritizing your lifestyle, your convenience, over the health of the planet, which, you know.
If you believe the propaganda of the globalists. Which, by the way, I don't. Which, just so you know, CO2 is a good thing. If you want to know why, have you ever heard of photosynthesis? If not, what have you done in school?
is not super cool, but at the same time, a lot of people just don't really give a shit. Again, for me personally, my main issue with this video is just the way this video is framed. To seriously try and sell to your audience with a straight face the idea that owning a private jet is not going to cost you anything is truly absurd. Like, genuinely, that's kind of crazy. It doesn't even seem fitting to call that mental gymnastics. It would be an understatement. Again, to me, this just seems like a guy who really wanted a private jet and now does not want to disclose to his audience the insanity that is the reality of the operating expenses. I mean, come on, dude, just be honest. Once you own a private jet with gold-plated sinks, there's really no more hiding the fact that you're swimming in it. I just don't understand why this video was made the way it was. Well, guys, what are your thoughts? Like I've kind of been saying, I don't really believe that Linus believes that this is a $0 private jet. Like, I can't make myself believe that a guy who's been able to build like a business empire truly believes that he's going to be able to own and operate a private jet for no real cost. That is literally impossible. Otherwise, everybody would have a private fucking jet. So I just don't really understand why he feels the need to say this to his audience. It's just kind of weird. Like, it's 2026. Everybody knows that YouTubers of this size have unbelievable amounts of money. Why not just be upfront about it? I don't really get it. Maybe it's just like a rite of passage. Maybe eventually you have to become out of touch with your audience. That's why I savor every moment I have with you guys. Who knows when it'll be gone. See ya.
Man. Yeah, if I had, I don't know, 10 million bucks, I would literally have a small house in the countryside or something like that, or in the mountains. Have a garden, raise some animals, eat, just wanted to say, eat my own eggs. Eat the eggs of my chicken and stuff like that. Eating my own chicken. I don't know if I can, going for hunting. Things like that. And still doing streams on YouTube, of course. But I would also have an editor, Jesus Christ. Definitely would have an editor. Air Up as a scam? What is Air Up? I don't even know what it is. Oh my god, I was so focused on the robot thing that I only at the last minute saw the ass. Damn, that's an ass. This is disastrous for Sony and Bungie. Our fund budget is more than 250 million. Yes, they have lost so much. They have at least lost 200 million. I made a video about that. You might want to check it out. Wait, what? My wife is a monster. Yeah, most wives are. The wife's what episode that ended in divorce. Yeah, I can see why. Okay, how about we go to the watch later section and see what we have there. We can do that later because it's only a little. Okay, we go and do this video from 2 months ago. Path of Exile 2 is actually not that difficult. A true beginner's guide. It's right, it's not that difficult. You just have to learn how to play the game. Literally, that's literally it. That's literally it.
Hey, I'm Miles Sweet. If you've clicked on this video, I think we can both assume you've heard of the game known as Path of Exile 2. What you may have
most likely, like me, you already played that. Because, to be fair, a lot of people that play the game also consume content about it. And this is a perfect video for that.
also heard is how complex or intimidating the game can be. Especially the first game, so much so I even dedicated an entire video to that first game to help introduce brand new players to it as well. Well, today I come to you all with the same point I tackled earlier this year with my very first video on this channel. Despite whatever you may have heard, I want to tell you that Path of Exile 2 is actually not that difficult.
He's right.
If you've come to this video as a fan of my original series on Path of Exile 1, and are a bit disappointed that this one is focusing on Path of Exile 2 instead, I would invite you to still stick around and check out this one. Path of Exile 2 just recently began their new league, adding the new Druid class, a new Sorcerer's Ascendancy, as well as many other balance changes, so it's a great time to try it out. And if you do choose to purchase the game at the $30 price tag, you'll also get $30 worth of premium currency added to your account by the developers that can be used in both Path of Exile 1 and 2. So even if you find it's just not quite your speed as much as Path of Exile 1, you'll basically just be buying premium currency for the first game.
Yeah.
Whether you're new to my channel entirely, or
that's a good way to see it,
you are a returning viewer, I hope you'll still enjoy learning with me as we step into the lands of Rayclast once again. Similar to the first game, I'm making this video as a complete introduction to the series, assuming you've never played either title and are entering entirely as a brand new player. Because of that, we will not be discussing the endgame. Many content creators assume that since Path of Exile's endgame is a huge amount of their playtime, then that also means that the endgame is the only thing new players should focus on.
Which is wrong, absolutely wrong, totally wrong. Totally wrong. I have spent way more time playing the campaign than the endgame. Because the endgame isn't fun to me. That's literally it. That's not fun to me. I'm getting so bored playing that I stopped playing. It's that bad.
This is because for them, sometimes also coming from Path of Exile 1, they will have several hundred or even thousands of hours of experience. And things like the campaign are simply considered a mandatory speed bump they feel they have to get past. However, I firmly hold to the stance that in order to reach that endgame, a player must enjoy the game up until that point.
Yes.
So in order to help you all reach that end of the campaign, I'll be covering the topics that a truly brand new player to the game will most likely need to know. Similarly as well, we will not be discussing additional resources that are commonly recommended by other content creators, such as build guides and especially Path of Building.
Yeah.
I do think that build guides can be a great way for a new player to learn the game without feeling intimidated.
I
But
agree.
I think that telling new players that they must follow one in order to start out stifles their creativity and removes a lot of agency that can make the leveling experience exciting for many new players. Path of Building, on the other hand, I absolutely do not recommend to new players. It is a great resource when you're at an intermediate level for the game and planning to optimize your builds. But it is just menus upon menus of text that swamps down a new player. And I personally quit the first game when I had been told to install it just because it was so overwhelming for me.
Yeah, I can see why.
Regardless, with all of that setup out of the way, let's hop right into the lands of Rayclast and meet our colorful cast of characters to choose from at the public gathering outside of the Ogham Manor.
How will we do it?
Upon reaching the main menu of the game, you'll be prompted to create your first character. Before having the chance to choose your character, however, you'll have to first choose what league you want to play in. Leagues are like seasons in other games, adding new mechanics and content for players to tackle. The current league, starting in the Last of the Druids update for Path of Exile 2, is the Fate of the Val League, adding cool new features like building your own dungeon. You must choose between picking this league or Standard, with the only real difference being that players can only trade with the league they choose into. Generally, I always recommend to make your character in the newest league, especially as a new player, as it will make your items worth more to trade and will give greater value to the current.
The thing is, everyone is playing that anyways. And if the league ends, your character just goes back to just goes to Standard. And you play all the things. When I remember correct, wait. Is the Standard League also having the league mechanics? I don't remember that. I think when the Hunters came in, that stuff also was in the Standard League. I don't remember. Too long ago.
Currency that you get. Additionally, you can choose to make your characters either as hardcore or solo self-found. Hardcore characters get demoted to regular characters after death, but generally, I wouldn't attempt this, as Path of Exile 2 has many ways to kill you immediately when you're still learning the game.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm playing WoW now. I rolled into him. That's so embarrassing. I'm hard stuck in the campaign.
SSF, on the other hand, removes your ability to trade with other players, meaning you can only get new items by your own hand, either through finding them or crafting them. I highly discourage making a solo self-found character when starting out, as being able to buy items that you need can be a great boon when still learning the game. After selecting your league, you get to meet the cast of playable characters in Path of Exile 2.
Now, even if I don't play solo self-found, I'm basically always solo self-found. Basically always. I haven't yet bought any items ever in Path of Exile 1 or 2. Maybe I should start that.
Each of these charming individuals is currently being sentenced to death for various crimes, or maybe just minor slights they committed, against the owner of the Aga Manor, Count Gianor. Clicking on any character will give you a preview of the basic playstyles that character tends to be better equipped for. For example, clicking on the Witch will show her use of undead soldiers, as well as bone magic and spreading blights and diseases. Keep in mind that regardless of what character you choose, all abilities, weapons, and armor are available to you, as Path of Exile is largely a classless game. Instead, choosing these characters will affect your starting position on the shared skill tree. We'll get to that. As well as what ascendancies you'll be offered later on. Ascendancies are like subclasses in other games, and offer you unique passive abilities to that class. Some examples of subclasses, using the Witch as an example again, are the Lich, who specializes in undead offerings and energy shield, the Infernalist, who primarily focuses on using fire magic and damage, and can summon a Hellhound or even turn themselves into a demon, or finally, the Blood Mage, who revolves around using life to cast their spells instead of mana, and has many methods for keeping themselves topped up to increase their damage output for the more life they've lost recently. When starting out, I wouldn't focus too much on what your endgame build or setup might be. Instead, choose your character based on the general vibe you want to go for. Do you like elemental spellcasters? Pick the Sorceress. Enjoy the idea of being a dexterous archer? Ranger is probably for you.
Yeah.
Basically, I'd say to go
100%.
with your gut, and over time, you can tailor your build to whatever feels right.
It's, for example, I started my druid as a bear, and then I went a little bit into Wyvern. Bear was fine. Wyvern I struggled with, but I tried to force myself to play it and, be good at it. And then at the point I was like, yeah, I don't want to play it anymore. And then I just stopped. And then 2 months later, or something like that, or 3, I just give it a try again. And then I tried, and this was horrible. And then I thought, yeah, how about I try something completely different and just go for caster and just be a caster. Just try that. And it worked out perfectly. It's actually really, really good. It's really, really good. Caster druid and nothing else works out perfectly. It actually made me think about how to do basically the same stuff, but with the witch into sorceress. No, with the sorceress into elementalist. Just to have one less button to push when it comes to fighting bosses and stuff like that.
After choosing your league and starting character, you'll get to watch as all of the other characters that you chose to abandon are instead hung while you narrowly survive with your life.
Which is cool. Super cool.
Waking up on the shore of the river afterwards, you'll get to meet a new companion, who will be with you long into the story. Oh, God. Well, at least his death gave you a nice little starting weapon.
Yeah.
Equipping this first weapon will grant you a basic attack ability, displayed down here on your hotbar, allowing you to fight your way forward through the riverways. After killing a few of the friendly locals along the banks, you'll encounter a chest with a quest marker attached. What you find in this chest will vary by character, but generally it will either be an extra item for your offhand or your first ability skill gem. Offhand items can provide a passive bonus to your character, such as quivers, or potentially add new abilities altogether, such as shields, bucklers, or scepters. Scepters will additionally grant a passive resource known as Spirits, which is used for summoning minions as well as other strong passive buffs.
Yeah. And
if you received an offhand item...
I'm thinking about maybe, I don't know, getting a scepter and shield thing going for my druid. Maybe that could work. I don't know. Maybe not. Would be cool though. Would be cool.
In your first chest, you'll find another chest along your path that will grant you your first ability skill gem. In Path of Exile 2, abilities are not locked to classes. Instead, each ability is an item that requires certain base stats to equip, which you can see here by hovering over your mouse. Upon picking up the skill gem in your inventory, your skills menu will pop up on the left side of your screen, allowing you to slot that skill into your character, assuming you have the stats to use it.
Which is great design.
Skill gems also have their own levels, from 1 to 20, with each level increasing the power of the gem, but also increasing the required stats to use it. Additionally, some skill gems are specifically tied to certain weapons, so while any weapon can use something like Frost Bomb or Shockwave Totem, you'll need to have a bow equipped to use an ability like Lightning Arrow. After equipping your first ability, you'll need to assign it to your hotbar. The way you do this varies based on if you're on a keyboard and mouse or controller. However, generally, just follow the on-screen prompts and you'll be okay.
Yeah.
Once you have your ability on your hotbar...
The tutorial is really well done. Really well done. You only miss it if you don't pay any attention. That's the only way to miss it.
You can use it by simply pressing the button or key that it's bound to. You'll notice when you use an ability though, that unlike your basic attack, it actually costs some mana, displayed here on the bottom right. Naturally, you regenerate mana slowly over time. You can increase this rate with passives and items. However, if it gets too low, you can always use your mana flask to top it up.
Yep.
In Path of Exile 2, you only have 2 flask items. A life flask and a mana flask.
Which I like.
Flasks use a system known as charges, but you can think of each charge as the amount of liquid left in the flask.
Yes.
As you drink the flask, you'll consume a certain amount of charges until it runs out. You can refill the charges at any town by using the well. Additionally, however, you may also restore the charges whenever you kill any enemies.
Yep.
So, you can literally keep yourself alive by drinking the blood of your enemies. At any point while playing...
When I remember correctly, in Path of Exile, just like in Path of Exile 1, you can't craft on them that they gain charges over time. Just naturally gaining charges, which is good.
In Path of Exile 2, you can press your dodge key, bound to spacebar on keyboard and mouse, to perform a dodge roll. This roll provides you with 100% dodge chance during the animation, allowing you to avoid damage from most attacks. Continuing to hold the dodge roll button will cause your character to enter a sprint. During a sprint, you move much faster but have a limited turning angle. You can cancel the sprint at any time by using an ability or dodge rolling out of it. While sprinting is great, be careful, as if you are hit at all during the sprint animation, your character will be heavily stunned and toppled to the floor, which can oftentimes spell out your imminent death.
Yeah.
As you clear a path through the starting riverways, some of the various mobs around the area, or even the Miller boss himself, will drop equipment onto the ground as they are killed.
Ooh.
You'll note that some of these items come in differently colored names.
Ooh.
If you've played Path of Exile 1, this is all...
He's explaining very well. This is a great video.
All the same, but for those of you who haven't, let's quickly go over this. Equipment items in Path of Exile come in one of a few rarities. Normal rarity items have white names and come with no modifiers and just their basic stats. Blue items are known as magic rarity, and will have up to 2 additional random modifiers, such as extra damage or defenses. Finally, yellow items are known as rare items, and can come with up to 6 additional random modifiers.
Exactly.
Items that have any rarity above normal must be initially identified using a Scroll of Wisdom. This consumes the scroll and reveals the stats of the item, allowing it to be equipped. Scrolls of Wisdom are commonly dropped on the ground as you play, but they can also be purchased for 25 gold by whatever vendor in town sells flasks, magical equipment, and jewelry. In the starting town, this is Una. All items of the same name at the same level will always have about the same level of base stats.
Yep.
Because of this, make sure to read the modifiers you get on your new items, so you can know if the new gear is actually an upgrade or not. It wouldn't help a lot to get increased fire damage dealt on a wand if you're exclusively using lightning spells.
Exactly.
Finally, there's one additional rarity of item in the game that can be dropped, but is very uncommon. These items are known as uniques, and have a dark orange name tag. Unique items always come with specific stats, and oftentimes will have additional passives that are, and yes, I'm doing this bit again, unique to those items.
Why? Oh, the funny is strong with this one.
Uniques are much rarer than other items, and you'll likely only see a handful of them during your initial run through the campaign. They can range from generally useful to entirely game-breaking.
Yeah.
However, some uniques can also be entirely useless or even detrimental to your character,
yes,
depending on what they do and what your current build is. Just like with the random modifiers on your equipment, make sure you read the descriptions on these items before equipping them, as just because they're more rare doesn't actually make them better.
Oh yes, you have to learn that very, very early in the game. Very early. You find something, you find a unique, you look at it, and you're just staring at it, and you go, this is trash. Why does that even exist? Why do I find it at my level? I could have had use of it 30 levels ago, 40 levels ago, but now, no, this is trash. Why does this exist? Leave me alone.
Many times, a good rare item can easily beat out a bad unique. Now, let's go over what other kind of gear you can acquire.
He uses the sounds from Super Mario. Just a side note.
Generally, the types of equipable items that you will find dropping in your game are weapons, either one-handed or two-handed.
Yes.
Armor, falling into one of the equipable slots like helmet, boots, gloves, and body armor. Accessories in the forms of belts, rings, and amulets. And new to Path of Exile 2, you may also find charms.
Where are shields? Where are shields?
Charms are a special kind of item that was added into Path of Exile 2 to replace the utility flasks of the previous game. To equip a charm, you must have an available charm slot displayed here below the belt. Charms are like potions, storing charges which can be regained by killing enemies primarily. Upon meeting a condition, such as taking fire damage or being stunned, if the charm has enough charges saved up, it will consume them to provide you a buff. In the case of taking damage, such as with the Ruby, Sapphire, and Topaz charms, you will gain extra resistance to that damage type for a short duration. For charms that are activated by a status effect, such as the Thawing Charm when you're frozen, you'll instead be given immunity to that status effect for a limited time. All armor items come with stats known as base defenses. These are defensive stats that are based on the type of armor itself and the stats that are required to wear it.
Yes.
Strength-based gear provides armor. Dexterity equipment provides evasion, and intelligence armor provides energy shield.
Oh my god, he's explaining this stuff so well. Oh my god, this is great. This is really great. I'm not kidding, this is great. This is an awesome video. I wish I had found that earlier.
Some gear requires multiple stats to equip, in which case the defensive stats of the item will also be a combination of the stats that are required to wield it. So for example, a dexterity and strength piece of gear will give both evasion and armor, but in smaller amounts than if you were to use a pure armor or evasion item. These 3 defensive stats are the core foundation of almost all of the defenses in Path of Exile 2. Every build will typically want to specialize into 1 or sometimes 2 of these stats to have a good amount of survivability. While their names are fairly straightforward, let's still quickly go over them and how they work. Armor provides damage reduction to the physical damage that you receive from hits. Most regular monsters throughout the campaign tend to deal primarily physical damage. Armor can help to prevent a lot of incoming damage from those types of mobs, but won't do anything when taking hits from elemental damage. Evasion is about not getting...
Unless... And maybe he says it later, unless... There's a new stat in the game. I think they introduced it the league before Druids. They introduced armor also grants percentage-wise some percentage of your armor also defends against elemental hits or damage, something like that. And I was able to make a warrior that could face tank the fire casting boss in the 3rd act in the pyramid for the time travel thing.
Hit in the first place. As you gain more evasion, you will have an increased chance of avoiding a hit entirely. Evasion could be a great way to not have to heal as consistently, but can result in you taking larger chunks of damage when you actually are hit. Finally, Energy Shield does as its name implies. It provides you with a shield of energy. This shield operates very similarly to shields in other games. Taking damage reduces the shield, and avoiding damage for a short duration lets the shield recharge. Energy Shield can be nice, as it lets you soak a few hits without having to heal at all, but it might result in you having to play a bit more passive. Over time, you'll get an idea of what kind of gear works well for you. However, regardless of the class you started with, you can freely mix and match whatever equipment feels right for you, so long as you have the stats for it. As you level up, you'll eventually find better gear, and you should always be on the lookout for an upgrade to help keep you strong enough to handle whatever the campaign throws at you. At last, now that you've defeated the Miller and are ready to enter your first town, it's time to tackle the actual scariest threat in the world of Path of Exile. No, it's not the Elder Tours beyond comprehension. It's also not the Beast, a cataclysmic monster that will soon consume the lands, ending all life as we know it. No, the scariest thing for most players, especially when starting out in Path of Exile 2, is...
Skill tree? Yeah, the skill tree.
The passive skill tree. Okay. I know this thing is pretty scary to look at.
Yes.
If you've never seen or played either of the games, the Path of Exile skill trees are probably a bit of a shock to you. They might seem like less of a skill tree and more of a skill jungle.
Yeah.
However, just like the name of this video stated before, Path of Exile 2 is actually not that difficult. And just like the game itself, the skill tree is also not that difficult to understand either. So let's quickly break it down in a way that's more digestible.
Come on.
The Path of Exile 2 passive skill tree is divided into three...
because stay in the area you're starting in. And go in a cone in kind of the same direction. I guess that's what we're going to say.
Sections. Strength, Dexterity, and Intelligence. All characters share the same tree, but start in different positions along the edge of this circle. Because of this, it's possible to basically use any character to acquire any passives on the tree, even if your character did not start in that region. If you started as a warrior, but decide you want to use the quarterstaff for your build, you can path yourself into the monk's starting section and grab those nodes yourself. The passive skill tree is made up of 3 kinds of nodes. Small passive nodes are the most abundant node on the skill tree. These nodes will either provide you with a small specific buff, such as increased damage, or they will be an attribute node. Attribute nodes allow you to choose one of the 3 base attributes, strength, dexterity, or intelligence, and gain 5 in that stat. Notable passives are the next tier up of selectable passives. These usually provide a similar buff to the other small passive nodes around them, but in a greater amount. Finally, there are keystone passive nodes. These nodes often grant a great benefit, but often also come with an equally severe drawback.
Yeah.
Nodes like Oasis, which makes all of your flasks grant 30% more recovery, but removes your ability to use charms entirely.
Which is fine.
Throughout the passive skill tree, you'll find that passive nodes will often be clumped together.
Now, the druid, if he goes shaman as an ascendancy, it has a node there, plus 30 or 40 spirit per empty charm slot. So if you would use that thing, you would be fine. You would have 120-ish more spirit, which is great. It's great.
With other passives of the same kind. Lightning damage nodes will often be clumped with other lightning or shock related passives, while life leech nodes will be located around other nodes related to leeching life and healing. These groups will usually have several small passive nodes and 1 or 2 notable nodes accompanying them. All passives on the skill tree only require 1 skill point to unlock, but must be connected to a previous node you have acquired.
Yep.
There are also empty jewel sockets that can be found spread out across the passive skill tree. These nodes use items known as jewels that will grant you up to 4 randomized stats for only 1 node slot on the skill tree. The stats they provide are based on the type of jewel inserted and the modifiers that jewel has rolled on it.
Yep.
Overall though, that really is
all
there is to know about the skill tree. Typically, classes spawn closer to the nodes related to their associated gear, such as monks spawning near the quarterstaff passives or witch spawning near the spell damage passives. But overall, you should just level up whatever sounds good to you. My number 1 tip has always been this: zoom in. If the passive skill tree seems daunting with so many options, just limit those options.
Yes.
Focus on your current few choices and grab what sounds good, focusing on getting the nearby notable passives. If nothing nearby looks good, either zoom out slightly and check the other nearby nodes, or feel free to use the search option on the top right of your screen. It will highlight nodes related to whatever you type in. If you're looking for damage, just type in damage and see if any of the nodes near you fit your weapons or current spell.
To be fair, there are a lot of nodes that have the name damage in it. Also, you can later, you can just refund passives and reallocate them. That's possible. I do that all the time. I did that. I spent 200 or 300k for my druid doing that. Very, very expensive, but it was worth it. I think it was absolutely worth it. So yeah, don't be worried about making a decision that you regret later. You can redo it, undo it.
After completing the Miller fight and entering the small disheveled camp of the Clearfell encampment, you'll meet the local blacksmith, Renly.
Renly's the name.
Who will thank you for helping them defeat the Miller by rewarding you with a level 1 uncut skill gem. He will then task you with hunting down the Devourer in its lair within the Mud Burrow, afterwards rewarding you with an uncut support gem. Now, skill and support gems have changed a lot from the first game of Path of Exile, but they're actually a lot more straightforward in Path of Exile 2. Even so, let's go over them in detail so nothing is left to be confusing.
Oh my god, we aren't even... It's still more than 10 minutes left. Oh my god. This video is so good. This is so good. I wish I had a video like that when I started out playing the game. And that's what I'm saying with over. Back when I started playing Path of Exile 2, I already had over 1,000 hours of Path of Exile 1. And that has only grown. Has only grown. So yeah, this video is really, really good. Really good. Tremendously good.
Skill gems acquired in Path of Exile 2 start off in an uncut form. The uncut skill gems will also have a level associated with them, which relates to the stat requirements of the gems and their strength. Upon interacting with an uncut skill gem, the gem cutting menu will appear, displaying possible skills that the gems can be cut into.
Yep.
Skills are divided into categories based on the weapons they are associated with. They are also divided into tiers, going up by 2 levels per tier. In order to cut an uncut gem into a new skill, you must meet the requirements of that skill, requiring the right stats, equipped weapon, and having an uncut skill gem that has a level that is high enough to use the tier of that skill.
Yes.
For example, a level 1 gem cannot get high velocity rounds, even though I have a crossbow, as it requires a level 3 uncut skill gem. When clicking on any skill gem that you're able to craft and hovering over it, a short video will play that will demonstrate the use of the skill and any nuances it has. I highly recommend watching these videos, as many skills will get stronger if you meet certain conditions or combo them with other abilities.
Yes.
And these nuances will usually be highlighted in these videos.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I still do that with skills that I am using for ages. Because sometimes I'm getting unsure, and then I just watch the video. Works like a charm. And by the way, this is a very, very, very good idea. This is an idea like that is made by people that actually play the game. And yes, I know that's something that Asmongold is saying all the time, that people that make the games don't play them. It's very obvious, GGG, they play the game.
Infected corpses can be used to spread contagion if you use a skill that targets the corpse, such as Unearth.
If you have a skill gem already equipped, but acquire an uncut skill gem of a higher level than the one you currently are using, you will see this symbol here. This indicates that you will consume the uncut skill gem to instead level your equipped skill, increasing its power.
Yep.
Make sure to try and level your most damaging or commonly used abilities often to keep yourself as strong as possible. Similar to skill gems, there are now uncut support gems as well. Upon interacting with these, a different gem cutting screen will pop up, specific to support gems. In the support gem menu, you will have one of your equipped skills display on the left with empty support gem sockets. In the center of the screen, you will see recommended support gems for that selected skill. After choosing one of these support gems, you can press Engrave and it will automatically insert the selected support into your skill if there are empty sockets. Some support gems will also have a cost multiplier associated with them, which will increase the cost of the active gem casting them, so be aware that your mana usage may go up. Each skill can only have one of each named support gems equipped to it, but you can use multiple copies of the same support gem in different skills. Support gems do not have level requirements, but instead come in 3 colors, red, green, and blue. These colors are associated with their corresponding stats, those being strength, dexterity, and intelligence. When viewing your skill menu, you'll notice this text at the top that states support gem capacity.
This is so good.
This is effectively a limit on how many support gems you can equip of a certain color based on your current stats.
Oh.
Every 5 points you have in a stat allows you to have 1 additional support gem of that type equipped.
Wait, what?
You may also note that support gems also come in levels.
I didn't know that. I learned something completely new.
Stats. Every 5 points you have in a stat allows you to have 1 additional support gem of that type.
Really?
Support gem capacity. This is effectively a limit on how many support gems you can equip of a certain color based on your current stats.
Oh.
Every 5 points you have in a stat allows you to have 1 additional support gem of that type equipped. You may also note that support gems also come in levels and have tiers associated with them, like skill gems. Unlike skills, however, going up in tiers does not increase the stat requirements. You'll also see that some support gems will come with a number, such as Rapid Attacks 1. This means that there are higher tier versions of them. However, unlike skills, these higher level tiers of support gems are not always beneficial and can sometimes come with drawbacks.
Yes.
For example, Rapid Attacks 1 only provides 15% attack speed, whereas Rapid Attacks 2 provides 25%. Rapid Attacks 3, however, will grant 35% increased attack speed, but comes with the enormous drawback of dealing 50% less damage. Like items and passives, just make sure you're reading the descriptions of these support gems as you equip them. If you don't, you might end up hurting yourself badly, such as in the case of Rapid Attacks 3. Finally, in regards to support gems, you may notice the small checkbox in the bottom left corner of the window. While the checkbox is on, you will see suggested support gems the developers recommend using at starting level for your skills. However, unchecking the box will reveal that there are a lot more support gems that you can acquire. Not all of these will be useful, and it will require a lot of reading to know what will be good and what won't.
Yes, you will spend figuring out how to make a skill serve the purpose you wanted to use for, which to be fair, you can. For example, I use my thunderstorm with my druid for clearing. I have a very specific goal for that thing to do. Clearing and inciting shock on enemies. Well, shock on enemies, I mean actually bosses. That's why I use it for bosses too, only for the shock. So these are the two things that my thunderstorm is there for. I had to figure out how to do that all by myself, and that was actually fun. It's really nice being able to sit there and just go into the depths, reading through all these descriptions and figuring out how you can make a thing happening that you have in mind. And maybe even getting new ideas on how to do something. That's why Path of Exile 1 and 2 are so good. That's why. And there's no other reason. It's just that. And I love it. I truly love it. It's so good.
So starting out, I'm not sure if I'd uncheck this box. However, if the idea of having more options excites you, feel free to read all of the options and customize your skills to your heart's content. Lastly, there's one more type of skill gem we need to go over. After defeating the King of the Mists in the Act 1, you'll receive a Gembloom Skull quest item. Crushing the Gembloom Skull will provide you a small amount of permanent spirit to your character and an uncut spirit gem.
Oh yeah, spirit.
The uncut spirit gems, then, are a new type of skill gem that uses the spirit resource. Spirit skill gems are strong passive abilities that can be toggled on or off, and provide you with very powerful buffs while they are active. When toggled on, they will use a certain amount of your spirit meter to remain active, but you can toggle them off at any time to regain that spirit. After choosing a spirit gem, you must place it in your skills menu and then press the prompt to activate the spirit skill. Finally, there's one last thing I need to cover to wrap things up.
Here we go.
At the start of this video, I mentioned I wouldn't be discussing many outside resources you as a player would need to get going.
But
too many content creators are quick to recommend websites and apps to help with getting into Path of Exile 2, and I personally think that intimidates new players, as it basically tasks them with additional chores they have to complete before they're allowed to just enjoy the game. However, with all that said, if you've made it this far into the video, I am going to recommend getting a loot filter.
Yes, absolutely.
Loot filters are a very simple to add, convenient tool that hides useless loot on the ground, as well as highlighting important items. The process for adding them can take literally less than a minute, and is done through the official Path of Exile website, so there's no shady downloads or obnoxious installations.
Yep.
Simply log into your account on the Path of Exile website, and then scroll to the bottom and click Item Filters. Once here, make sure your game type on the top right is set to Path of Exile 2. Then, click on NeverSync's regular softcore, or NeverSync semi-strict, and on the top right click Follow. The higher number you pick, the more strict your filter will be, hiding more and more items. Now back in your game, open your options and click on the game section. The first option...
I didn't even know you... I didn't... Wait. I think I did that before, but I didn't remember. I actually always look into the NeverSync site and then, get it to my account. I completely forgot that you can do that this way.
Option will say Item Filter. Click the drop-down and the filters you followed should be displayed here. Simply click the filter and remember to hit the Save button at the bottom. And that's all. If later on you find that there starts to be too many items on the ground again, you can come back to the filters list and get higher tiers of NeverSync's filter. NeverSync's filters are frequently updated and are the community's go-to for item filtering. And that's all there is then. That's all the information I think you need as a brand new player to get started in Path of Exile 2 and even beat the campaign. Going forward, we have a bit of the video left, which like my first video, I'll be using to cover short bonus tips that might be good to know as you complete the campaign.
Oh, there's more. Oh my god. This video is amazing. This video is amazing. Oh my god, this is so good.
Regardless, thanks for sticking with me up until this point, and I hope in this quick rapid fire section I can cover any other useful information you might need to know. So, without further ado, let's hurry up and finish this all off. In all towns, you'll have at least 3 primary vendors. One sells armor and weapons, one sells magical equipment and accessories, and the last one is used for gambling. Additionally, after you have completed a few of the starting quests in Act 1, you'll acquire a permanent NPC companion that resides in all towns, who will identify any items for you at no cost, and will allow you to respec your passive skill tree for your skill points.
Yep.
You can also choose to disenchant items at any of the magic vendors in town to break down those items above normal rarity into useful crafting currencies. Upon combining 10 of these shards together, you'll get 1 orb. Transmutation orbs turn normal items into magic items, and regal orbs turn magic items into rare items.
Yep.
All bosses
That's
will
what
flash
they do.
red and release this specific audio cue before initiating a powerful attack. While the attacks may be different for each boss, make sure to pay attention when you notice these indicators to increase your chance of surviving.
Which also is... This just shows how well these people can design a game. They not only show you, oh, look, red, danger, they also have a sound cue. So you literally can't miss this stuff. Unless, of course, you're watching 2 streams of the same game on your second and third monitor and don't pay attention. Then it hits you.
Make sure to pay attention when you notice these indicators to increase your chance of surviving. Passing a checkpoint while roaming the map will fully heal you and refill your charges and your flasks. You can also teleport between any checkpoint.
I completely forgot that. I remember that it existed now, but I completely forgot about that.
In the zone you are currently in. Dying will resurrect you at your last visited checkpoint and resurrect all the monsters in the current area. You may find items with these empty sockets in them. These are used to place runes into the items. Runes are basically a crafting resource that will provide a buff to your item that they are socketed into, such as increasing damage on weapons or increased resistances on armor.
Runes are great. They're awesome. I just wish they dropped more through the campaign. I actually had problems during the campaign because I didn't have resistance orbs for I don't even know what. I think a lightning or cold, something like that.
Late into Act 1, you will gain access to the salvage bench. This bench can be used to break apart items that have either quality or rune sockets on them. The materials you get from salvaging can then be used to upgrade your current gear with the same properties. If at any point during the campaign you find yourself dying a lot, check your elemental resistances under your character page. Try to keep the primary 3, fire, cold, and lightning, as close to the cap of 75% as possible. Chaos resistance is very hard to find in good amounts, so while it can hurt, I wouldn't prioritize it during the campaign as it's also the rarest damage that you can take.
Yes. Completely agree.
If using a magical weapon, like a Wanderer's Staff, know that your basic attack is associated with the type of weapon that you are using. For example, an Ashen Staff will grant the Firebolt spell, while the Gelid Staff will grant you Freezing Shards.
What he didn't say is, if you're using them, they don't cost mana. They are literally free. Literally free. And you can socket super gems into them. He didn't say that. So I think I have to.
Additionally, the random stats these weapons roll will more often be associated with their corresponding elements. This tip applies to both the passive skill tree and skills. While hovering over a passive or skill with these underlined keywords in the description, you can hold Alt on PC or press down the right joystick on consoles to hover over the text and select it. This will give you a detailed description and breakdown of what that keyword means and how it works. And that is really it. That's everything. I know it took us a minute to get here, but we did it. That's all I can think of that you might need to know as a beginner to navigate through the entirety of the campaign for Path of Exile 2. There are many more things that you'll learn as you play the game, such as currency items, crafting, and much more. However, to get you started, I feel like we covered the basics of everything that you'll need to know. The best tip I can offer you if you're ever confused in the game is to read.
Oh,
If
yes.
you don't know what an ability
Yes.
does, read it. Wondering what a passive does, check the description of it.
Absolutely. Such a
If
good
after
video.
everything you felt like you've learned something from this video, I'm still embarrassed to ask, but if you could leave a like, it would mean a lot to letting me know that I did a good job.
Yeah, guys.
If you want to see more content like this, feel free to subscribe, as I'm still a very small growing channel, and believe it or not, this is only my third video.
Give him a like.
Lastly, if you have any additional questions or felt I left out
Absolutely.
important
Guys.
information that a player would need to know, please
Give him
feel
a
free
like.
to leave a comment for feedback. I read every single one of them, and despite what everyone says about YouTube comments, I've personally found nothing but a wholesome community so far through my last 2 videos.
Crazy
I know that
good
Path of
video.
Exile 2 can be a very intimidating game to get started in, but I'm sure you'll do great. The game is actively challenging, but rewards your efforts and makes you feel like when you're doing great, you deserve it.
Here's
I wish
the
you all the
thumbs
luck
up.
out there completing your first campaign run, and I hope to see you back here soon for more Path of Exile 2 content. For those of you who stuck with me until this point, but were watching my channel more for my Path of Exile 1 content, I apologize for being away for a while. Between a few unfortunate life events and starting up courses at a new university, things have been a little bit busy. I actually have a huge project nearly complete for Path of Exile 1, but I figured it probably wasn't the best time to release it, right as everyone was taking their break for the League. Whether you're a new or returning viewer though, I deeply appreciate the time you spent with me today on this video. I hope to go on many more adventures with all of you, through both Path of Exile 1 and 2. For now though, stay safe out there, exiles.
Oh my god, this is so good. One of the best Path of Exile 1 or 2 videos I have ever seen. This video is so good. Oh my god. I'm ashamed being a React Andy. And I mean that literally. I'm ashamed. I'm just reacting to stuff like that. Oh my god. Crafting explained. Oh my god. I'm gonna watch that video because I still don't understand crafting in PoE 1 or 2. So I gonna watch that. But for today I have to call it a day because, you know, the bag. It's just the bag. Yeah. We leave it at that. I wanted to test out gaming because I thought maybe I have fixed the problem, but maybe not. I actually don't know. I would hope so. 11th Windows update something. Wait. And what is here? Oh my god, this is so dumb. I hate Windows. I hate Windows. Windows is so dumb. Okay, yeah. So at least it looks like there were no Windows game bar problems today, but I also didn't play any games, so there wouldn't be any problems. So yeah, so much for that. Oh my god. So I plan on streaming tomorrow, and tomorrow would be only gaming. I am not sure what we're going to play. We might actually play Arc Raiders because of the trials. Maybe I play Arc Raiders today, later, a little bit. And then we'll see what's going on, if it crashes or not. Maybe I stream it, maybe not. I have no idea. I have to do some sport. I have to do the dishes. I have to do the laundry. I have to do a lot of adult stuff. I have to do adult stuff. Ow. So yeah, see you most likely tomorrow. And I hope you enjoyed today's stream. If you did, follow, like, subscribe, comment, depending on where you are. Twitch, Kick, no, not Kick. I'm not streaming on Kick anymore. I stopped that because of all the bots, which is even worse than Twitch. Jesus Christ, and Twitch is already bad. On YouTube and Rumble. Enjoy your. Oh Jesus! And did you get a new? Of course, right when I'm ending the stream and talking about bots, there's a bot on Twitch. Yeah, of course. Trying to sell me view bots. Great. Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.